He said there was nothing else he'd rather be than
here.
That's completely true.
That's great.
He is full of it tonight.
When am I not?
Okay. Good evening. How are you? I think we're ready. Okay, are we live?
Yes.
We're live. Good evening. Thank you. I see a few people out here. Thank you guys for being here this evening, and welcome to those that are watching online. So as we begin our city council this evening, Rodney Ashby, who's our director of planning and zoning, is going to open us in prayer. Rodney, thank you so much.
My pleasure. Our Father in heaven, we bow our heads before thee as thy children, and we acknowledge thy hand in our lives. We pray at this time that thy spirit may be with us. Please grant us guidance and wisdom as we meet and as the elected officials of our city discuss the needs of the city. We pray that thou would inspire them, help them to have clarity of thought and be able to make decisions that will benefit the community. We are thankful for the great blessing it is to be alive in these times. We pray that thou would bless us with humility, bless us with the ability to see the needs of others and be able to address them and help them in their needs. May unity permeate our meetings and our city and help us to be united as a people who want what's right for others and for ourselves. May we put the needs of others before our own. May we seek thy direction in all things. We're thankful for the great gift of thy Son, and that we have his wonderful example to follow in our lives. May we be more like him in all ways possible.
Yes.
Again, we pray for the Spirit to guide us this day, and we say this now in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Rodney, thank you so much for praying. I appreciate that. I loved something that you said, and it was, thank you that we get to be alive at this season. And you know, so many right now with COVID are complaining about this season and how hard it is. And actually, when you said that, it just really jumped because, you know what? We get to be a part in this season of history. What a privilege and honor it is. Instead of it being negative, it's actually wonderful. It depends all on your perspective, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate your prayer. Well, let's begin with roll call.
Rodriguez?
Here.
Bruner?
Here.
Munchy?
Here.
Levi?
Present.
Haverfield?
Here.
Bauer?
Here.
So we do have a couple proposed amendments to the agenda. One is that we are going to remove agenda item 511, which was a sidewalk deferral. And then we are actually, I added some extra language to item number 51, which was to a discussion related. I think initially we talked about just buildings being open, but we went ahead and amended that action item to say discussion related to the governor's order, to move back to stage 2 and Canyon County moving to stage red. Council to discuss changes to city buildings open by appointment only, issuance of peddler licenses, Nampa Rec Center policies, update on events at the Civic Center and the Fort Idaho Center. So that was an amended action item. That's really more of a discussion. So to my knowledge, those are the only amendments to the agenda. Council, are you aware of any additional ones that are needed? Okay. Seeing none, I would stand for a motion to approve the consent agenda as proposed.
I'll make a motion to approve it as amended.
And I'll second that. Sorry,
It's
Dor.
the race to the motion. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Bruner?
Yes.
Munchy?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Okay, we have a couple of proclamations tonight. And our first proclamation is going to be the VF Buddy Poppy Days. And I'm going to read the proclamation, and then, I've got to get all my stuff. We have two people here tonight, Mrs. Randolph and Commander, I'm sorry, just one? Just you. Okay. So I'm going to read it, and then I'll have you come forward. So the proclamation is, whereas the annual distribution of Buddy Poppies by the Veterans of Foreign Wars of the United States has been officially recognized and endorsed by governmental leaders since 1922. And the VFW Buddy Poppies are assembled by disabled veterans, and the proceeds of this worthy fundraising campaign are used exclusively for the benefit of disabled and veterans in need, and the widows and orphans of deceased veterans. And whereas the basic purpose of the annual distribution of Poppy Buddies by the Veterans of Foreign Wars is eloquently reflected in the desire to honor the dead by helping the living. Due to the impact of COVID-19, the selling of Buddy Poppies will not take place this year as usual. I urge the citizens of this community to recognize the merits of this cause and support their efforts to recognize the sacrifices of our honored dead. I also urge all patriotic citizens to wear a Buddy Poppy as mute evidence of our gratitude to the men and women of this country who have risked their lives in defense of the freedoms we continue to enjoy as American citizens. Now, therefore, I, Debbie Kling, Mayor of the City of Nampa, do hereby proclaim the days of November 19, 20, and 21, 2020 as VFW Buddy Poppy Days. I urge citizens to support the VFW and go visit them at D&B on November 19, 20, and 21. Thank you for coming forward. And thank you for doing this each year. It's so appreciated.
It's my honor. I've done it for years. I done it when I was a little girl before I was ever a member of the veterans. And in case anybody doesn't know what Buddy Poppies are, they're the little red flowers. And I don't have a whole lot. I have enough for one. And then the green ones was when I was doing them, and I had them saved probably from 1985 or 1990. And the white ones are the ones that they're doing nowadays. So, but we do help our veterans in our communities. We help our school children. We have the Voice of Democracy, Patriots Pen, Creative Art Program, and our veterans, and we help all of our veterans that are in town. All money that is raised, as she said, we had to change our days, and hopefully we'll all have our mask on, but it will be out at DMB Supply on 12th Avenue for the 3 days. So I urge all of you to come out if you want any information. I have some, and I let you guys have these if you would like them. And
Thank you.
here's a little story on the Buddy Poppy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we do appreciate Mayor. She's been really good this last 3 weeks. Let's see, I guess I'll go over here. I have to go get some more.
No, just, you're okay. You can take care of those guys, but I want to make sure I give you.
You give one to them, but I want to give you a donation.
Oh,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good idea. And
But now
there
she's
you
making
go.
us look
I
bad.
do that too. I take all money. Get your wallet out.
I know, I didn't bring my purse in.
Car on purpose.
And I'll make a
You were
donation. to you.
ready. I wish I would have been.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I'm fine, thank you. I'm fine.
It has been an honor to come down at city council. And we never did this before. And I did leave some rulers. Oh, I forgot the rulers. I did leave some rulers out front so you could have some rulers. And I know Roscoe, and he's with our VFW also. And I just really appreciate coming down and getting this proclamation. Thank you very much.
Thank you for doing it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Randy, you want to give her one of your hundreds and then I'll.
I gave her as close to 100 as I had.
But they're stuck together, you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the guys got some more out here on the desk.
Okay, thank you so much. It's so good to see you. So we have two other proclamations. The next proclamation is on Palliative Hospice and Palliative Care Month. And Honey Goodman is actually going to join us via Teams. So I think she's there, but I'll read the proclamation. Whereas in a year that has been beset with the coronavirus pandemic, the U.S. hospice and palliative care community has met this challenge and continued to serve patients and families in need of the person-centered care they provide. And whereas for more than 40 years, hospice and community-based palliative care providers have helped provide comfort and dignity to millions of people, providing person and family-centered care in an increasingly fragmented and broken healthcare system. And whereas the interdisciplinary team model at the core of hospice and palliative care provision involves a holistic approach to treatment, including expert medical care, symptom control, as well as attending to the patient's emotional, spiritual, and physiosocial needs, and provides family services like respite care and bereavement counseling. And whereas 1.5 million Medicare beneficiaries living with life-limiting illness and their families receive care from the nation's hospice programs through Medicare Hospice Benefit every year in the U.S., and whereas hospice and palliative care organizations are advocates and educators about advanced care planning that help individuals make decisions about the care they want. And whereas hospice ensures a coordinated and patient-led approach to care, protecting patient choice and access to individualized services based on the patient's unique care needs and wishes. Now, therefore, I, Debbie Kling, Mayor of the City of Nampa, do hereby proclaim November 2020 as Hospice and Palliative Care Month, and encourage citizens to increase their understanding and awareness of care at the end of life, discuss their end-of-life wishes with their families, and observe this month with appropriate activities and programs. So, honey, are you with us this evening?
I am here, Debbie. Thank you, Mayor Kling. I appreciate that. I guess I would like to say, first off, I also really appreciated the prayer tonight. I was probably in need of prayer tonight, so it was a very nice prayer. And I think that it's worthy to say, those of us that are living through this and working through this, that there are challenges involved in that, but that we are alive, and that is always a blessing. I also want to just say thank you to all of the city council and our leaders. Really, any leader right now that is leading during this difficult time has to make difficult decisions on a daily basis, whether that is whether you're rolling into red, as you guys are discussing, or how we stay where we're at, or even for me, where I'm having to juggle staff on a daily basis, depending on which patients of mine have COVID, or staff members that are experiencing symptoms. It is a challenging time, and I'm very proud to serve with hospice at this time. There are lots of families having to make difficult decisions, where if their loved one is in an assisted living or a skilled nursing facility, they may or may not get to see them like they would like to. And the staffing level needs when we care for people in their home right now are higher than they've ever been. So I'm very grateful to serve in Nampa and the surrounding area. And I just want to say thank you so much, Mayor Kling, and the City Council for all that you're doing right now.
Thank you, honey. Thank you so much for what you do in our community and caring for those in need. It's greatly appreciated. So thank you for joining us. Okay, so our last proclamation this evening. Reverend Bill Roscoe, would you like to come forward while we read this? You know, we'll figure out which one needs to be muted there. It's the fun part of Teams. You know, as we were doing these other proclamations, I think about what you do, because you embody so much of all of it. But this one tonight is about military. And so we were to do this opportunity to honor Reverend Bill Roscoe on Veterans Day, but we're unable to do so. So I wanted to take this opportunity tonight to read this proclamation, honor you, and thank you. So, whereas the greatest acknowledgement of our freedom is to honor our armed forces, veterans, who have sacrificed and in many instances paid the ultimate price for our freedom. And whereas this year marks the 50th anniversary of Reverend Bill Roscoe's deployment to Germany in January 1970. And whereas after volunteering for a transfer, finally received his orders to Vietnam on July 31st, 1970, and was assigned to C Company, 20th Engineer Battalion. And whereas was field promoted to squad leader of Recon Platoon for the remainder of his military service, and whereas through his work with the Boise Rescue Mission, he has continued his service, giving homeless veterans an opportunity to get back on their feet. Whereas he created Boise's Rescue Mission Transitional Program for homeless veterans discharged from the Boise VA Hospital. Now, therefore, I, Debbie Kling, Mayor of the City of Nampa, do hereby proclaim November 16, 2020 as celebrating Reverend Bill Roscoe's 50-year anniversary since his military deployment, pledging our gratitude to every man and woman who have served this nation in uniform, helping to preserve and defend our precious freedoms. Congratulations.
Thank you. It's truly an honor to be here with my friend Lou this evening and to be recognized for my service a long, long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, to quote a famous line. A lot of veterans in our community served with greater energy and greater service than I did and did things more spectacular than I ever did. So I would like to say on behalf of all of them, thank you for taking the time to recognize one of us, even though maybe one of the lesser ones. And as far as the work we do here in the community, you are, and I know most of you personally, you are the most generous community on the face of the earth, and a generous community of faith like I've never seen anywhere that I've ever been. I just appreciate the great privilege that I have to live here and serve here, and amen, live here and serve here with all of you. And I think you're an extraordinary group. It has been my experience over 18 years as an Idahoan that the council at Nampa has been very, very, very good in a lot of different ways. And I've enjoyed my relationship with you all and with the mayors, and particularly you, Mayor Kling. Thank you. So I'm amazed. Thank you very much. Don't much have anything else to say. I'm honored and appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Well, thank you for continuing to serve. I'm so thankful that you have continued your service with all that you do in our community. And it's not easy to keep it all going between the women's side, the men's shelter, and now the recovery center, and then your other housing. And I know you've got more development to do because it's still like, what are we going to do with that piece of ground?
Yeah.
I just want to say thank you.
Thank you
so much for what you do, and let us know how we can continue to support you.
You bet. Thank you, Mayor.
So,
Appreciate it.
thank you. And Vicki, it's good to see you here supporting.
My other friend, Vicki, is here, and my friend Keith Millar. Some of you don't know Keith.
Hi, Keith.
Keith is getting ready to retire from the Army, and he's our Director of Veteran Services at the Rescue Mission. So he doesn't live in Nampa, but that's okay. He lives in Caldwell. He's a good man.
He's also an NNU alum, just to make sure.
Oh,
We don't hold that against him.
I'm gonna give this to
Mayor
you.
Clayton,
Yes.
as I walked into the city hall, I met with Bill. And that's okay.
Thank
and,
you.
and I said happy birthday to him, and I thought I better clarify that. Happy birthday meant what it meant to me was that the day when you started your new life as our Christian leader, as our community leader, and for all those individuals who needed your help. That's what I was referring to. And I truly believe that you have started a whole new life for yourself back 50 years ago. And whoever knew that you'd do what you're doing now to us. So I'm going to say, instead of happy anniversary, happy birthday.
Thank you very much, Victor. Thank you.
You're
Thank you
welcome.
all.
Thank
You
you.
don't mind if I go now, do you?
No, you're welcome, Mayor.
I had a long night
Mayor.
last night. A little weary, but honestly, from my heart, thank you very, very much.
Mayor,
Thank you.
Reverend Roscoe, I would also like to, I'd like to thank
Hi,
you.
Jeannie.
We've been partners in a lot of community endeavors for a long time, and you make a literal difference in the life and the safety and the recovery of a lot of our folks who've served so honorably and need somebody to believe in them, need to find hope, need to find a place to seek refuge. And without the services that you provide, we'd have a massive disservice to folks in our community who fought for our freedom. So thank you for all that you and your team do. And I'm glad to support you in lots of different ways. Thank you. Congrats.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Good to see you, Vicki.
You're welcome to. Thank you guys for coming and thank you for all you do. So the next item on the agenda is Nampa residents wishing to speak. And I don't think we have anyone on the list. Is that correct? Or do we?
Actually, I have a David Rubens.
Yes, hello. I just arrived and
And David, go ahead and come forward to the mic and we'll give you 3 minutes. Please give us your name and address.
all right.
And then we look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you very much. My name is David Rubenstein. I live at 3265 South Fork Avenue in Nampa. And I was motivated to come tonight to the meeting because I noticed that one of the items on the agenda is speaking to, and I don't know if it has been addressed as of yet, but speaking to the pronouncement from the governor that the state of Idaho would step back to a stage 2 designation, if that's correct.
Yes, we haven't talked about it, but yes, we are going to talk a little bit about it.
All right, would this be the proper time to make remarks on that
Yes.
point? Okay. I would like to share with the council a little bit of my experience living in California, from which I recently moved to the wonderful state of Idaho. And to share the kind of unsettling life that people find themselves living in a state such as California, where it seems as though there are, from one week to the next, maybe sometimes from one day to the next, pronouncements on limiting activities that are inherently our own to decide to do or not to do in our lives. These are the kind of things that occur in the state of California. That was an environment that hastened my decision to want to leave from that area. A sense that the God-given rights that we have here in America were being basically not considered in making decisions that frequently, talking to my friends and neighbors, seem to be illogical and difficult to understand. Now, I should hasten to point out that as a recent arrival, I don't have an experience with how things are done in Idaho to the same extent that I did in California. And I have great hope that what I had heard about the much greater respect for personal liberty that is reputed to be the case in this state will be borne out. And so I would hope, and I can conclude what I have to say by saying that I would hope that if in fact it is warranted to begin to limit the ability of businesses to open, the ability of people to live their lives normally, of the ability of people to gather for significant holiday gatherings, that will be tempered by what we've learned so far in dealing with this COVID situation. And I think we have learned a lot. I think that we've learned that there's not a lot you can do in terms of putting a mask on your face or forcing people to stay inside their home to prevent the movement of a microscopic virus. And that is something that is ambiguous, and the success of the chance to achieve success with those kinds of limitations is questionable. What is known is that by limiting people's ability to live their lives normally, to keep their businesses open, does definitely have negative implications. And I wanted to make that observation. Thank you.
Thank you for taking time to come. We greatly appreciate it. And I think that probably find that this council all agrees with you. So thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else that had intended to speak for 3 minutes on an agenda or non-agenda item? Okay, seeing none, the next item on the agenda is mayor and council comments. And I just wanted to take just a second and ask the council. Today we were talking, Rodney and I were talking about the public hearing schedule. And so tonight we have 3 public hearings, but it was going to end up that on the 7th we were going to have 7. And so what we talked about was possibly postponing a couple of those public hearings to the 21st and trying to just principally keep our public hearings at no more than 4 or 5. And I just wanted to run that by you. The only other thing that would happen if all of a sudden they're going to get bunched up is to choose to have an extra night for council and just deal with a bunch of public hearings. And so, you know how sometimes you can't really control how those roll out. And so the way it's looking right now is that we will go from 7 down to 5 at our next meeting. And then currently, I think we only have 2 for December 21st, and that would make that 4 for that night because we would push 2 of them back. So I just wanted to run that by the council and see what your thoughts are. If you agree that we should keep it to no more than 4 or 5 on a given night.
Mayor
Thoughts? Yep.
I would agree with that. I think that it's just a 2-week period that if someone's waiting to be next, if it's a first come, first served basis, I know that like with my clients, it's a date given based upon the schedule that we have. So obviously it's in our best interest to get it in as soon as possible to be able to hit that next window of opportunity. So I think by limiting the number that we have to deal with on one evening, I think is a good thing, instead of dragging it out till who knows when and not really getting the merit of the conversation in due to the lateness of the hour. So I would agree.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Bauer, did you have a comment?
So we're considering adding the extra day?
No, we're just, at this
Just lay
point,
it out.
we're just going to push 2 back. But if we end up getting too many at some point, if they kind of start to get backlogged, we may ask about adding a day, but we'll try just to push them back no longer than 2 weeks. Because I know people are waiting, and Rodney, I appreciate your sensitivity to that. We want to push, we want to help them move their projects through, but at the same time, I feel like 7 in one night's a lot. So I wanted to run it by you guys, see if you wanted to.
Mayor, just question. So Rodney, how are we or Mayor, how are we prioritizing who's first, second, da, 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 da?
So, pardon me, one of them was a city-led one for historic preservation plan. So we're going to just bump that
That's
one
easy one.
automatically. Another one was a variance that's, I believe it was already in place. The condition was already in place. And so we are contacting that individual to see if we can bump that back.
Mayor, my only concern would be if it's a development project. I realize we're entering winter, so maybe that's slowing down anyway, but I did not want to prevent a developer from moving ahead as quickly as possible. So, thanks.
And thank you for that comment. We fully agree with you, and Rodney's he's mindful of that, so we'll be looking at those. So thank you. Okay. Does council have any comments that they'd like to make during this time? Yes.
And this will probably be a little bit converse to what you just talked about. So I know we're more than tired of hearing and talking about COVID-19. It's something that's universally shared. Unfortunately, we're entering what will likely be a very difficult 6 to 8 weeks. COVID cases are rapidly increasing, and Idaho is now regularly recording more than 1,000 new cases per day. My colleagues are exhausted. I see them in tears. I see the bruising on their faces from the specialized protective gear that must be worn when caring for COVID patients. I hear them begging for help. They've been working the front line since March, and COVID has remained a daily and present fight within our hospital and clinic walls. The law of averages is not on our side. At the rate new infections are occurring, there is the very real threat that we will soon exceed our hospital capacity and providers well enough to provide care. St. Luke's Health System today has 195 clinical staff out of work sick, the majority of whom are positive for COVID. Daily planning is underway around crisis standards of care that give hospitals more flexibility to allocate resources based upon which patients are most in need. That means rationing care. I pray we don't reach the point where our healthcare providers are having to choose who lives and dies. That's not a decision any one of them would ever want to have to make. I also pray that no one you love or somebody I love is on the receiving end of one of those potential decisions. I hear people say that COVID guidance to reduce the spread is oppression. I disagree. We're being asked, not told, to individually exercise our power to collectively reduce infection spread. I know we're a compassionate community. We love our neighbors. We respect each other, even when we have different viewpoints. Our collective efforts are needed now more than ever. We don't have the luxury of time, but we do have the ability to immediately act. Face coverings, physical distance, and good hand hygiene are proven to reduce the spread of COVID. Please understand those of us working in healthcare have children we desperately want back in school. We have family members we love and want to see. We share similar faiths, political stripes, and we're your neighbors. We all want the world to return to normal. I've received a number of emails from teachers this past week asking us for help. I want them to know I've read each one, and I'm grateful for all that each of you is doing. I know my words alone won't make a huge difference, but I'm imploring our community to act. There's no magic cure for COVID, but we do know what helps slow the spread. None of us chose this, but we need our collective actions to see us through this. Please embrace compassion during the next couple of months. Lives literally depend upon it. Thank you.
Jean, thank you. I really appreciate your passionate plea. As mayor, I've talked to Amy a number of times, our communications manager, about doing another video. And candidly, it's like, and I've had a number of people to ask me if I would please, as it's been said, stand up and lead and do a mask mandate, even though I know that it wouldn't be approved with the council. And I've chosen not to do that because I truly believe in an individual's right. I don't want to mandate, but I strongly want to implore people to have compassion and to think about our hospitals. So many times we don't even believe our hospital numbers. But you know what? The people working in the hospitals and our leaders that's us. Those are our friends. They're our neighbors. They're true numbers. And I've been listening to both. In fact, I just got my email back. I sent an email out to Salter Primary Health, Cascadia, St. Alphonsus. And with everybody's schedule, the only one I'm seeing right now that just came a couple minutes ago was from Joan Agee. But it was exactly what you just said. People are tired. They're a little discouraged, and they need some help. For me, personally, my goal has been keep our kids in school, and let's not overrun our hospitals. Really is what we needed to do. Just don't overrun our hospitals. The challenge we have right now is that we're getting close to overrunning our hospitals, and they are tired. I don't know what to do or what to say any different than we've already said. And that makes it really hard, just to encourage people to please respect one another and do our part in slowing the spread, because we are getting to a place right now. And I think it's going to be a few weeks. We're seeing it at our city, and we've got an agenda item just talking about what we're doing as a city, because I want to make sure that the council's part of that, even though it's somewhat operational. You know what, I agree with what Jean is saying. We all need to do our part. And that whatever we can do to help slow the spread, I tell you, it grieves my heart when I know of several people right now whose lives are on the line. And I think about a neighbor of my son's that's a young man, and it's his kids. You know what? His kids need their dad. But he needs to live, because I can't imagine those kids not having their dad, and they're young kids. So COVID is one of those unpredictable viruses that is highly contagious. That's why it's a novel virus. It's highly contagious. We don't have the antibodies within our system. And we need to not fight about what's right as far as this scientific evidence versus that. We need to just all do what's right, in my opinion. And I've not gone with a mask mandate, but I hope people will please, distancing is as effective as a mask. Just be really careful, right? And honor one another as we function, because it's a very real virus. So thank you for your comments, and I agree. So Are there any other comments tonight?
Mayor Kling.
Uh-huh.
On a much lighter note, boy, thank you, Gene, for that. You remind us what we really need to do. I did meet with Jay Snyder, the Main Street program downtown, and I did not know all the good things that are happening with the businesses downtown, even though we're in a pandemic. I think the Main Street program and Jay Snyder need a helping hand with, he's done so good, and downtown is changing, along with what he's helping and Beth Heineck's group. I'll tell you what, I'm very proud of that program, because they're the only ones that actually took this program and took off with it. So that I want to say I'm very thankful for what Jay's doing. The other thing is this: I've been working with a guest that is really dedicated to our community. He's involved with a lot of with the chamber, with oh gosh, I don't know what else he's involved with. He worked with disaster cleanup, and he has a project that's going to come before the council in I think in December. So I just wanted I just want to introduce Matt Koski. Matt's in there. If you just stand up and say hi and.
I know most of you from one way or another, so thank you. Today I'm really lovely to
Sure.
Matt Costi, 7328 East Nottingham Lane in Nampa. Today I'm really just getting my feet wet. I want to see how the flow of the council meeting goes, get familiar, and then in December I'm going to have a more formal 3-minute presentation for you, and I think a lot of you already know about that. So. Thank you, Victor.
Yeah, you're
I
welcome.
wasn't expecting that. But
No,
well,
you're welcome. But but what he's been doing is he's been promoting the cleanup for the COVID, and that's most important for prevention. So I had to give you that.
I have something for you on COVID as well, but I'll do that offline.
Call me.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Matt.
Very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. As a follow-up to downtown, I forgot to mention the First Street sidewalk expansion is beginning November 18th, and that's pretty cool.
Yes.
That's in front of 2C and Mesa and Paddle Up Pokes, and that sidewalk will be expanded, and so that work will be done in the next couple of months, and that's exciting. It's worked out well.
I would take Jay to coffee again. He's got so much information that they're doing that I didn't know before.
Yeah.
It's great.
Very
Thank you,
cool.
Mayor. Yeah.
Okay.
That's right.
So agency and commission reports. Actually, I think we've got a Tom Points is one.
Okay. Hi, I'm Mayor, Council. Good evening. So we have a Mr. Ben Jarvis from DEQ, and he's going to present awards to the wastewater team for pollution prevention. And then afterwards, I'd like Nate to just say a few words, and him and Andy accept the award. Ben, you want to take over from here?
Yeah, sure. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Mayor Kling, esteemed council members, thank you for having me. My name is Ben Jarvis. I'm the Pollution Prevention Projects Coordinator at the Idaho Department of Environmental Quality, and I was invited tonight to formally and publicly present the city with its 2020 Pollution Prevention Champions Award, and I have it right here. It is going to be coming to you shortly, but I was hoping to deliver it tonight, but given the circumstances, I'm happy to be talking to you virtually. But just a little bit of detail on what the award is for. Every year we recognize businesses and organizations for actions that they take to go above and beyond to reduce waste and pollution and their impact on our environment. And Nampa submitted an application to us that was very well received by myself and other staff at DEQ, and we use this as just a small token of appreciation to recognize all of these organizations throughout the years who do all these great things, including now the city of Nampa. And also, I'm able to build a wonderful and extensive network of tremendous, fabulous experts in all manner of waste reduction and pollution prevention. And so we use all of our former pollution prevention champions to help mentor and share best management practices with other companies and other operations that are in their same field. And so I hope to be able to draw on NAMPA's expertise in the future. And one of the things that really stood out to me in NAMPA's application was that you really empower your employees to make improvements, and it's a rigorous data-driven process. And my other hat at DEQ is that I'm our continuous improvement lead, and so we're constantly trying to make our processes better, do better with our work, serve our customers better. And I think that I can learn something from anyone. We can absolutely learn from the city of Nampa and what you guys have been able to accomplish. So I really appreciate you guys taking a little bit of time for me to be able to present this. And thank you so much for applying. I'm so happy to be able to present this to you, and you'll have it shortly, I promise.
Woo, that's
Thank you.
awesome.
Nate, do you want to say a few things? Not hearing him. Nate, you might be on mute.
Yes, Tom, I'd like to say a couple things, and thank you, Ben. Handing that award in the world. It's unfortunate we didn't have you here in City Hall tonight. This is really exciting for the wastewater department, especially Andy and his team, the hard work they do. And you hit it right on the head with the freedom and the innovation and the efficiency that Andy allows the team and that individual group of 40 individuals, and the way Andy brings them together and leads them to manage this large sewer system over nearly 500 miles of pipeline and more than a dozen lift stations and a treatment plant that treats nearly 12 million gallons of flow a day, and all in the middle of the year with COVID and a $40 million new facility that these guys have been challenging themselves to run. So with that, I'll hand it over to Andy for a couple words.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to thank you, Ben, and the rest of DEQ for recognizing Nampa as the wastewater 2020 pollution prevention champions. I'd have to really put a shout out to all the staff out there at wastewater and want to recognize them for all of the hard work they do and the challenges that are thrown to them on a daily basis. Since the start of the new process and with going with phosphorus removal, they've really stepped up to the occasion, and they go through a lot trying to take things off, put things on, and deal with all the construction going on. And I really want to recognize our supervisors who really guide those who guide those operators and all the rest of the staff, our maintenance staff. One is Barry Garcia, who's our operations supervisor, Vaughn Schuler, who is our maintenance supervisor, Izzy Pena is our collections supervisor, Dave Gassel, who is the assistant superintendent over operations, and Nathan Costner, who's our pretreatment coordinator, who was just promoted to the assistant superintendent over the lab and pretreatment. And without those guys and all our staff that are out there at the plant, they really need this recognition, and I know they'll really appreciate this award for all the hard work that they've done. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and Ben Jarvis. I really appreciate this. This is exciting, and it takes a team to do this, and I've got a good team here.
Well, congratulations, Ben. Thank you so much for joining us as you have tonight on our teams. And thank you to the entire wastewater team for absolutely excellent work. It's wonderful to see the recognition. And I just want to say thank you. We're proud of you and appreciate your work. And Ben, thank you very much for being with us tonight. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, team. Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, the last couple weeks, yeah, let's do it. Yes. The last couple weeks, we've had a number of wonderful recognitions. And I have to say, we have some amazing people doing great work in the city of Nampa. And I'm proud of them. And it's an honor to get to work alongside these people that have served us for a long time. It's not new. So congratulations. I think we're ready for staff communications. And Jeannie Strohmeyer, I believe, is on. I think I see her there. Yes. Jeannie, would you like to talk to us a minute about what's going on this week? Pretty exciting week.
Yes, it is. Thank you for allowing me to come and just share for a few minutes. Mayor and council members, I just wanted to share with you that the Family Justice Center is celebrating our 15th year anniversary of being here and serving in our community. It is a really big deal. And today we have a week of just celebration this week. Today we had Casey Gwynn, and he is the founder of the National and International Family Justice Centers. There's over 130 throughout the country, and there are multiple outside of our country internationally, and Casey Gwynn is the founder of those. He is a phenomenal person, and he was here to honor the Nampa Family Justice Center today, along with Mayor Kling, as she came and honored us as well. And so I just want you to know that the Family Justice Center in Nampa is one of the model Family Justice Centers in the entire country. We have made it 15 years, and we are growing and doing well, and serving well and providing more services. And 15 years is a phenomenal time frame, because not all Family Justice Centers has made it as long as we have, because we're talking about a lot of collaboration with agencies and different very strong agencies, but we've worked it well here in Nampa. We have the support of the city, we have the support of the community, we have the support of the mayor and the council members. It is phenomenal. And so we just thank you for being supportive. And also just want to encourage you to look on Facebook. We have the Facebook live that was done today with the speakers today. We also will be posting some social media. Brad Ellsberg has been gracious and come out, and he has done some great videos, and we'll be posting those on Facebook. So tomorrow will be over the years, and there'll be a little bit of a history. So if you're not familiar as much with the Family Justice Center and its foundation, it's going to kind of lay it out really well. The next day, we will also have a social media of our impact. We're going to talk about more of the depth of the foundation of the Justice Center. The staff are going to be talking about their experiences here and what they're doing. And then the last day, we're going to be doing a giving tree. We have a tree on our wall. If you haven't come and done a tour, we would invite you to do that. It is a giving tree on the front of our wall in the lobby with people that have given over the years and continue to give. We are asking people to continue to partner with us, so we can ensure that these services remain here in Nampa, and we continue the good work we've been doing. But thank you again for allowing us to I think it's just that support. It is so essential for us being here. And we are making a big difference in the people that we're serving. We see impact, and we see transformed lives. And again, thank you so much for giving me a few minutes just to share the exciting things that are happening here.
Jeannie, thank you so much for sharing. I tell you, with having served over 36,000 individuals and over 14,000 young people over the season, and when you mentioned collaborative partnerships, one thing that Casey Quinn mentioned today was that having partners over a long period of time that have stayed together, and it takes the leadership. Griselda was part of that. Jeannie, you're doing an amazing job. It takes the entire team there, and Angela Weeks has played an amazing role from day one in it, and is now that she's retired, she's volunteering her time. She's there every day, and to be commended. And so it takes a strong team, and I'm just so proud of the work that's being done. Thank you, Jeannie, for your work and for leading the team.
Thank you.
Thank you. So our next staff report is Patrick Sullivan, Building Safety and Facilities.
Mayor and council, I apologize. I was going to pull this off of the agenda and I did not. I am going to actually present this on December 7th because of the all of the other items that are in this lengthy meeting tonight.
All righty, so we will hear back from you on the 7th. Thank you, Patrick.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Public Works Department, Tom.
Hi, Mayor and Council. So we have our staff report tonight. The first item on the report is wastewater pretreatment customer recognition certificates. So as you just saw, the DEQ provided a award to the wastewater plant, and it's a team effort with us internally doing the work and operating the plant, but there's also a team of industries that help us be successful at the plant by doing pre-treatment in their facilities. So we wanted to recognize 8 of the 15 industries that we have in our pre-treatment program. And these 8 industries had no issues during the entire year. And they completed all the reports, and they sent us consistent waste streams as we expected, which is really helps us operate and manage the plant and have discharges within the tolerances. So this is exciting, and we really appreciate them and what they do. I was hoping that we could do this in person, but just as we did with DEQ, we have these certificates that the mayor signed, and then I signed, and just appreciating all these industries. So I'm going to read off the industries here. We got Hart and Cooley, and the representative is Troy Bruce. And then we have Microsil Silicon Services, Epis Saldina, On Semiconductor, Shane Brown, Plexus Corporation, Porver Filtration Group, Jerry Young, Silicon Mountain Contract Services, J.R. Simplot, and Steelhead Metal Corporation, Eddie Garcia. So I did see one of our representatives online. I saw Mr. Young, Mr. Jerry Young, on with Porver. And Mr. Young, would you like to say anything tonight?
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Great. Well, this is quite an honor. I really appreciate it, and I know Porver Management will too. I've conveyed this to our owners who are actually based in the UK and struggling a little bit more with COVID than we are. But they are very pleased that the city makes this recognition, and it will actually make it into our annual report, which is a very good thing for everybody involved. So thank you for this.
You're so welcome, and thank you for the work you're doing out at your facility. I really appreciate you and the rest of the industries that were listed tonight.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we'll keep going on the staff report, and the next item is the MS4 stormwater permit comments. So. Here, a few council meetings ago, we had Evan from the Environmental Compliance Group come and talk about his program, and then also that we're in a comment period. So we issued our comments to the EPA, which we've provided you a summary of those and the letter, so you can take a look at them. We are expecting comments back at the end of the calendar year, so we can update you on what the final findings were of that. Just wanted to give you an FYI about the comments that we completed for the EPA stormwater. Also in your staff report, you have a 2-page summary of the events at the wastewater treatment plant. Things that are going well. Our digester projects is continuing to be constructed. Despite COVID and our material shortage, we're still working through all the construction, and things are going well again on that project. And our lab and administration building remodel is going really well, and it's going surprisingly fast. We're going to be moving into the lab building at the end of the calendar year. And then we'll be done with the entire project in March. So that was a renovation of the existing admin building and building a new lab without having to build an entire new building. It saved us some money. So that's been a good project for us. And then the last item in your staff report, we provided the winter's just around the corner. You got a little hint of it a couple weeks ago with the colder weather. So every year we provide the snow and ice control plan. And then we also had a meeting internally with, speaking of team, it takes a team effort for the parks and the fire and the police all to work together, and the streets to clear the streets and parks and facilities. So we always have a team meeting, and we did that here a couple of weeks ago. You know, we're going to do the same as we did last year. Although Don is always looking for continuous improvements with the, you know, his operations, and he actually got an award this last count, within the last 12 months for the brine work that they've been doing. So that's been working really well. The award was from Compass. So we also, another thing that we do is update the community with our GIS and our snowplow map, so you can log in and see where the snowplows have been in the past 24 hours. And we've got updates that we provide 2 times a day on the snow conditions. So the last thing I want to say about that is that we heard that it's going to be a similar winter, but you never know for sure. We heard that there's going to be rain down in the valley and snow up in the mountains. And so I guess time will tell, but we're ready regardless. We've got all our brine ready to go. We got all our trucks ready to go. And so I see that, and so we will also back to the industries. We'll make sure to get our certificates out to that group and a letter of recognition from the city of Nampa. So I really do appreciate that. Is there any questions that I can answer about the staff report?
I don't think there are any. Tom, thank you. That was an excellent report. Really appreciate it. I'm sorry your text went off. That was just for later. So that was me. So I totally messed him up. I just wanted to make sure that I could send a letter of congratulations. So Tom, I'm so sorry. It's a little distracting.
Thank you, Mayor.
You know what? You've got a great team, and we had a meeting recently on our emergency snow plan. They're ready to go. I just appreciate the efforts of the team being ready. We are still working on our community emergency plan. If we were to have a situation like we did several years ago, how we would reach out in the community, which is a little harder to ensure that everybody has the access to medical services they need. But our team within the city has got their plan really drilled down, and they're ready to go. So I think it's going to be hopefully it's just a good normal year. We have snow, like you said. Yeah. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's 1 minute till 7. We could quickly take on our first discussion. It shouldn't be a long one, or we can move straight into our public hearings. So actually, are our public hearing people online and ready to go? If we were to, they are? Well, let's just move straight into public hearings. So for council, because of the governor's move back to limiting gatherings to 10, we did strongly encourage staff to be online versus here. We're just trying to really make sure that our staff don't get COVID and that they're being careful, because I have to say we've had more instances of COVID come up in the last week than we have in all the months combined. And so our job is to make sure that we keep city services moving forward and we have staff here to work. That said, we don't have any spread within the city. It's outside the city coming in. So with that, though, let's go ahead and get started on our first public hearing. And that is, I can get to the right page. This is item 6.1 on the agenda. This is a zoning map amendment from RS 8.5, single-family residential, 8,500 square feet to RS 7, 7,000 square feet, and the development agreement modification for Lakitio Village subdivision at 00 and 17390 North Canada Road. This is for 195 single-family detached lots on 62.34 acres for 3.13 average dwelling units per gross acre. And this is for Tim Mokwa. I probably have said his name incorrectly, with Hayden Homes representing Domingo. Okay, so shall we try this last name? Asumendi? Asumendi? Yes, did I get it okay? Thank you so much. Is the applicant here? Are you our applicant? Thank you. Come on forward and I'll let you say your name correctly. And go ahead and tell us, give us your address and introduce yourself, and then we can go into it.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Eric Scheck. I work for Hayden Homes. Tim Mockwood couldn't be here tonight, so I'll be filling in for him. My address is 1406 North Main Street, Suite 109, Meridian, 83642. We're very pleased to have another new community in Nampa. I think the staff report did an excellent job of outlining the project, so I just want to touch on a few brief highlights and some history on a couple characteristics of the project to share with you. Lakitio Village is proposed as 195 single-family homes that will be developed and constructed by Hayden Homes. The property is located just north of the 10 Mile Creek and east of Canada Road. The property is subject to an existing sewer agreement that does limit the capacity to 195 units. So it wasn't by chance that that's the density and the lot count that we strive for to meet on this one. That sewer system was already installed. It was built as part of the Lost River subdivision just south of the 10 Mile. What really attracted us to the project is how conveniently close it is to the I-84, and as well as the major employment centers such as the new Amazon facility and the College of Western Idaho and the Idaho Center. So a lot of the items we tried to incorporate into the design were really struggled with how it's bisected by the three canals. You've got the 10 Mile, you've got the Phyllis, and you got the White Drain, which are all have very large easements along with them as well. So it created some challenges on how we designed the project, but we also took that as another opportunity to try to use that space to create some fun little amenity spaces and incorporate the pathways that go along with those to make everything kind of intertwine and connect throughout the project. So we ended up with a toddler basketball court, volleyball courts, and then, like I talked about, the pathways that connect all the way through the creeks and the canals. We designed it also to have a variety of lot sizes. So we're not just one typical lot size. We've got quite a few different widths and sizes, which will give us the ability to build single-family homes, two-story homes, as well as 2-car, 3-car garages, and even some RV garage options available as well, which have done really well in the Nampa area. So in conclusion, as I said before, Hayden Homes is really excited to have another project in Nampa. We've been very successful here. We built a project, or building the project just south of it at the Lost River subdivision. I have reviewed and I am in agreement with the conditions of approval, as well as the staff's findings that the proposed zoning, DA modification, and preliminary plat are in compliance with the city's land use and zoning ordinance requirements. I am asking for your approval tonight. With that approval, our intent is to immediately kick off our engineering grading design and have the first homes available for market before the end of 2021. So with that, I'm available for any questions.
Does anyone have any questions at this time?
I have a question for Rodney when
he comes. Okay. So as you may be very familiar with, as part of the process, we don't have any questions for you right now. We may have questions for you at the end of the public hearing, so you'll have the opportunity to come back, take your notes, and you can address all those comments then.
Sounds great.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, so staff report is actually Christy, is that correct? She's online. Okay.
Oh, thank you, Mayor and Council. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. This is Christy Watkins, Principal Planner for the City of Nampa. The action required from you tonight is approval or denial of the modification of development agreement and rezone for this property to RS7 for a project that is located on the east side of Canada Road and north of Cherry Lane. The property is currently zoned RS 8.5 and is surrounded by city residentially zoned properties with a couple of county properties on the north and the east. The applicant is requesting RS7 zoning, and there are RS7 zone properties to the east and to the west of this property. In December 2005, this property was annexed and zoned to RS 8.5 with the development agreement attached to ordinance number 3522. That included all of the 113.8 acres that was originally to be considered the Lost River subdivision. In December of 2018, Ordinance 4354 removed or modified out the 43.36 acre area to the south that is now the Lost River subdivision. So this request is only referencing the northern 62.34 acres that are left. I only included that ordinance 4354 in your packet so you could see how these two areas no longer apply to the original development agreement. To modify the development agreement, the applicant will be required to provide a new legal description of the portion to be modified, remove or revise the previously listed architectural standards, replace the approved concept plan with the preliminary plat for the proposed Lakidio subdivision. Excuse me. So just for your reference, here's a comparison of the plats that will be attached to the development agreement. The old concept under RS 8.5 zoning proposed 166 lots, and the new concept under the RS 7 zoning proposes 195 lots. This new one will include a variety of lot sizes from 12,000 square feet to infill lots of 5,903 square feet. The findings of fact for the rezone application show that the property is within the city limits of Nampa. It's zoned RS 8.5 and they are requesting RS 7 zoning. The property appears to be clear of structures and is open, flat, developable ground. All immediately surrounded uses are single-family residential with some county zone properties and RS 7 to the east and west. The request is reasonable and the property is eligible for this rezone. It is within the public interest to rezone it to RS 7 and it matches the comprehensive plan future land use map for that area. Engineering has required, reviewed, and approved a traffic impact study. It requires northbound right and southbound left turn lanes at the project approach. Emergency services and utilities are all available to the property. So at the planning and zoning hearing, applicant and staff presented the project. There was no public in attendance and none online that wished to speak during the hearing. Commissioner Kirkman and Vice Chair Kehoe discussed transit stops, but staff indicated that the city cannot enforce a route along that corridor on Canada Road right now. Vice Chair Kehoe made a motion to approve the application and Commissioner Hutchings seconded the motion. The motion carried with 7 in favor and 0 opposed. So should council choose to approve the development agreement modification and rezone, staff recommends the approval with conditions as listed in your staff report. And I will stand for any questions you might have tonight.
Yes.
Christy, I originally thought that this fronted on Cherry Lane, but it does not. Is that correct?
That is correct. That's the southern portion.
Okay. So does this, as far as for sewer treatment, is it the Purdom? Does this go back to the Purdom area, I guess?
That's a Daniel question.
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, this property will discharge to the Birch. It is within the Purdom drainage area. However, this is one of the properties that in the original Birch agreement from back in 2005 was vested the right to discharge to the Birch until the Purdom was extended to this area.
That was my question. I didn't know that there was a link yet to Purdom from this area, so that's not the case then.
So, no, there is not currently a link to Purdom. They will be discharging to the private lift station that was installed with the Canyon Creek subdivision to the west of them. They participated with that developer in constructing that and have a private agreement relating to that at this point between them.
Okay. And then Daniel, as far as for water, hooking up to the water service, it's not coming out of Cherry Lane then? It'd be a different link?
They will be able to connect to water in Canada, as well as the subdivision develops, they will be able to connect through to the Lost River development there to the south of them that does connect out to Cherry.
So my question as far as on the latecomers fee, as far as for hookup, participation in the cost that the church there on Cherry Lane footed up front, will they benefit from this as far as latecomer or not?
No, based on the agreement, this is outside of the area that was included in the reimbursement area for the church property. The Lost River development, however, did pay into that reimbursement agreement.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for staff?
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
This is either for, well, Christie. Since there's going to be an increase of these homes on Cherry and or Canada, and I don't, maybe I missed it, but I didn't see the traffic report. The speed limit is what, 45 out there? And so I'm wondering, does the increase of traffic is going to slow down these people? Are we going to still have a 45 mile an hour both sides? Or should we think about that?
Oh, Councilman Rodriguez, I would defer to Daniel on that one as well. Because the preliminary plat does not come to City Council, that information would have, well, you don't always see the traffic impact study because it's a very large document, but would have been attached to the preliminary plat. So I will have Daniel answer that question.
Okay, thank you, Christie.
Mayor, Councilman Rodriguez, the traffic study does not specifically look at speed limits along there. Those speed limits are evaluated based on actual speed data that we would collect. We can certainly put this on the list to, once these start to develop and we actually see people there, we can collect that speed data and determine whether a change is appropriate or if the 45 mile an hour speed limit is the appropriate speed limit still.
Daniel, are those two, is Canada and Cherry, are they city property or are they Nampa Highway District?
Mayor, Councilman Rodriguez, south of Cherry Lane is the city's jurisdiction. North of Cherry Lane, there is a small portion that was annexed to connect those properties across. But Canada itself, for the majority, is the highway district's jurisdiction. So we would end up coordinating with them for that speed study.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Are there any other questions?
Mayor?
Yes.
I was wondering if anyone could answer if this isn't approved. So right now we have, if it switches to RS7, it goes from, 3.13 per acre. What is it right now with the RS 8.5? How many houses per acre would that be on this? I don't know if anyone knows that. I was just curious if someone knew that off the top of their head. Does that change it to like 2 homes per acre?
Let me see if I can find the application. I think I put that in the staff report. I think I left the preliminary plat application in the staff report. Let me just see if I can locate it.
Mayor Kling. It's in the description at 3.13 for the 195 lots.
Simple math. Huh?
And that's the limitation by virtue of the original approvals as far as for the number of units that could be able to be placed in this location. So that was
That's the
granted
max
several years ago.
That's the max regardless?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilman Haverfield.
Are there any other questions for staff?
1 second. So if that's the max, I mean, that's the max. That's not the minimum. So if they don't get this approved, they can't put, they wouldn't be able to put 195 units. It'd be much less. So I guess I still have the same question. What would be, and I don't know if they know that off the top of their head. I guess if I had.
So Christie, that's going to be a pretty basic calculation. Just take the total
Right.
area and the 160, was it 166 lots under RS 8.5?
Let me get my calculator out.
And I don't have a huge problem. I just want the discussion with council to be, you know, the math going forward. And me personally, I really want, you know, and I know the popularity of smaller lots is getting more popular. I understand that. So I just wanted the discussion that I would like bigger lots, neighborhoods coming into Nampa, not only for discussions I had with police, but for a number of different reasons. So,
Mayor, I may have a question when the applicant comes up, but I thought I read, and unless I dreamt it, now I know with all the easements and so on, they're losing a lot of land. So I thought the 3.1 was just an average.
Yeah.
Otherwise, there'll be some places where there'll be more, like up to five properties, I thought, per acre. But I will ask the applicant if I read that or just dreamt that.
So we'll come back and ask the applicant in just a few minutes. Okay, are there any other, so I think, is Christie trying to figure out if it were 8.5?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So if we stayed with the original layout with the 166 buildable lots on the 62 acres, it comes out to be 2.66 units per acre, and this is 3.13.
thank you.
Thank you, Christie.
You're welcome.
Okay, so this is a public hearing, and at this time, I'd like to move into the public hearing phase of the discussion. And based on what I'm seeing, we don't have anyone signed up to testify in support of or in opposition to this project. Is there anyone here that had intended to? Obviously, there's only a few people here tonight, so seeing none, I would like to ask if our applicant could come back up, and this would be a great opportunity for council to ask you some questions.
Thank you, Mayor, Councilman.
Okay, questions for our applicant?
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
Just one question. Your primary point of connection will be Canada to the west. Will you be flowing traffic then through the existing subdivision to the south for your second point of connection?
That's correct. Yeah, we'll be constructing a crossing across the 10 Mile Creek.
Okay, and then have you spoken at all to those property owners? Normally, that would be where your opposition would lie, would be the increase of traffic that would be generated through their subdivision. So have you had any conversations with them at all?
We're actually the developer and the builder for that subdivision down south. And now that we've brought the project forward, we are talking to our homeowners to disclose that, so they're aware of that.
Okay. Yeah, that would be my primary concern, because you have to have the 2 points of connection, and obviously you're limited as far as how to get to a primary road. So getting to Cherry Lane would have to be through that other subdivision, so.
And I believe there's also future plans for more points of connection to the east as well, when that other development comes online.
Yeah, thank you.
Are there any other questions?
So Mayor, yes, so I appreciate the different lot sizes, and that means different home sizes. So what's the maximum that you foresee, though, number of homes per acre? What would be your top number? Did I read something where I thought there could be up to five homes per, in some of your acres?
I believe that's correct, yeah. In some of the acres, they're pretty well dispersed. So I wouldn't say there's any one given pod of any certain lot size. We try to disperse them throughout.
Okay, and those, and just curious, I realize the market can change daily, but you're for those type of square feet, approximately what are you looking at in those homes?
Right now, our plans are somewhere between 1,600 to 2,600 square feet.
Okay, and what, for a 16, let me just use as an example, what are you hoping to sell a 1,600 square foot home for?
I can tell you right now, we're selling a similar size square foot home in the Lost River community for about, I think, starting at about low 300s, 30, 309.
Okay. And why I'm asking, that's a little bit selfish, but just from a property tax standpoint, if we're not over 200,000, I often hear that we're not really gaining anything. So your smallest square footage is going to be around 300,000.
About 300,000. Yeah.
All right, thanks.
Mayor King?
Yes.
One follow-up question. In looking at the plat map, there indicates, or there's something there that looks like a commons building or a commons lot. Is that just a part of phase 2? At least on this colored version that I have in my packet, it shows that.
Down by the creek, or?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, to the creek, to the western area there is a section
Right
there.
there. Go
Yeah,
back.
we've got those lots in there, and then you go a little bit more to the east. And you've
Now
got
just go to the east, right there.
Yeah, that lot there is where we intend to place our tot lot and amenities there, because it's got great connection to the pathways along the 10 mile and then up to the Phyllis.
So as far as a commons building, that's not what you have in mind, or do you-
No, sorry, I misunderstood. No, there's no structure proposed.
no
there.
structure, just tot lot?
That's
Okay.
correct.
All right, thank you.
So what is next to, if you go further to the east, what is that?
That is an existing parcel, and that is not part of our
Okay.
property purchase, though. But we have been working with that property owner, who is allowing us to connect the pathway across there for the 10 mile. So when we install it, it'll be continuous all the way through and not dead end on each side. We're also providing them a stub street from the project, as well as fencing around their property.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Rodney? Or Christie, I should ask. With that, I'd like to stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, council discussion.
Mayor,
Yes.
I would like to point out again that in the packet, there was the concern about increase for public safety, adding 195 homes. We know that, expanding the boundaries again. So that is in there. Seems like a good development. I think, again, one of the challenges we continue to wrestle with.
I have to say, I'm really pleased. I like the mixed lot sizes. I think it's what we're seeing right now, the need. Some people want a larger square footage and larger lot. Others are wanting a similar subdivision feel, but they're wanting the smaller lot size. So I like the diversity within a subdivision. I think it's wise where we are. So is there a motion?
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
I believe this will be 2 motions. Is that correct? Should we take them one at a time or both at the same time? Does it matter?
Do you have recommendations? Madam Mayor and Commissioner or Councilmember Haverfield, it's probably best to do them separately.
Okay. I'll make a motion, Mayor, to allow the modification of the annexation and zoning development agreement as listed in our packet with recommended conditions of approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez? Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi? Yes. Bauer?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes. And Mayor, I'll make the motion for the second portion of this staff report that the zoning map amendment be granted from RS 8.5 to an RS 7 as listed in our packet, and again with conditions of approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
And Haverfield?
Yes.
Okay, there you go. You're good to go. Thank you. So item 6.2 is an action item. This is an amendment of Title 10, Chapter 34, Design Review, Sections 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, stating that design review will be required for any new multifamily development. 3 or 4 unit buildings on a single lot are proposed to only require administrative approval, but greater than 4 units on a single property are proposed to require approval by the Building and Site Design Standards Committee. So, Rodney, are you going to present this one?
Yes.
Okay.
Here, I'm the assigned staff and applicant. So just a little bit of background. Back in August, you asked me to come before you and bring multifamily housing, a concept for design review for multifamily housing. And so over the last few months, we've worked on that. Back in September, the Planning and Zoning Commission first heard those considerations, and I'll present what we proposed to them tonight to you. They were concerned, they did have some concerns about the impact that requiring design review would have on affordable housing projects. And so they asked staff to look at that and see if there's any way that we could limit the amount of design review for affordable housing versus just market rate housing. We consulted with the attorney at that time. It was challenging to make a difference between the two types of development, multifamily for affordable versus multifamily market rate. And essentially it came down to that when a development happens, if it's affordable housing and we don't require the same things of them as we do for a market rate development, at some point they could sell off that property to a market rate management company, and it wouldn't be affordable housing anymore. And so we don't really have a trigger to manage that. So with consulting with the attorney at that time, we recommended that not be different, and that we look at any changes that they would recommend for any type of development. So back in October 13th, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted to approve the proposed zoning text amendments as presented by city staff originally. But they also recommended that we remove the exception in the original proposal for 25% glazing standards for multifamily developments. And that was at the recommendation of the Design Review Committee, who wanted to continue to look at that on a case-by-case basis. So staff findings, I just wanted to highlight a couple of things from our comprehensive plan. And this is the guidance. Again, there's really not strong teeth in any of this, but it's the guidance that we use for developing changes to our zoning code. And 8.2.2 talks about visual complexity for residential and multifamily residential design issues. And they encourage visual and architectural complexity. And then they went on, it goes on to say, the comprehensive plan goes on to say that we should include variations in height, color, setbacks, materials, texture, trim, fenestration, and roof shape. And the rest of this is in your packet. I'll jump down to 8.2.3, which is windows. That is discussed in the comprehensive plan too as guidance. And they recommend provide varied fenestration that maximizes views, utilizes or filters sun exposure in strategic locations, and provides architectural interest. So I just wanted to highlight those couple of things. That's kind of the only real basis we have for moving forward with a design review for multifamily from our comp plan. So here are the changes that we are proposing. The full list of changes is in your packet, but I wanted to highlight the most critical ones. 1034.2 is applicability, and this changes in this section add the RD, RP, RMH, and RML zones as requiring design review just specifically for multifamily housing. Otherwise, that's where most of our multifamily housing goes, into those zones. And so this expands that to those zones.
Mayor, Rodney, just for clarification, that says 3+ units. So would that include a triplex, or would it just be 4-plex?
Now, it would include only a 4-plex and above.
Right,
Up
so-
to triplex is a staff review.
Right. Okay. So a triplex or 3 units is not considered a part of this.
Yeah, I can see
Right.
why you might be confused there. Yeah, 3+ means 4 and above. Yeah.
So I think you need to state 4 and above then.
Yep, definitely.
Okay. Sorry, Mayor.
1034-3 was an application referral. This section is modified to require that any multifamily development of 5 or more dwelling units in the development, not restricted to those contained in a single building, shall be considered by the Building and Site Design Review Committee. Those developments of 3 or 4 dwellings shall obtain an administrative approval. Additional clarification is given stating the need to obtain a recommendation from the Arts and Historic Preservation Commission in the DH zoning district. 1034-5, changes clarify that scheduling a project before the Design Review Committee shall be done at the next available meeting instead of the next meeting. What was happening is we were getting requests for these to be considered at the next meeting, and it was right before the meeting occurred, and so we didn't have time. The code says it should be at the next meeting, but we just didn't have time to put a full staff report together, and so this just clarifies that. 1034-6, this section was modified to reduce the number of days an administrative review decision shall be rendered from the date of application from 30 to 15 days. And this is just because we were getting them done much quicker than the code required and didn't see the need to extend that, keep that at 30 days. 1034-10A1A are facade change elements required for any wall seen from the right-of-way, and in total are visible over at least 50% of the exterior wall area. And I've shown a picture here of those specific changes from the ordinance in your packet. 1034-10A1B3 is Design Review Committee's desire to keep the requirement for 25% glazing on primary facades. The proposed code, however, would remove this requirement for multifamily housing, but the Design Review Committee has asked that they, again, handle that on a case-by-case basis. So the challenge there was that the Design Review Committee was, they get these multifamily housing developments in a BC zone. That's when they would hear them if they're in the BC zone. And because of privacy issues, a lot of developers were requesting a waiver of that requirement for 25% glazing. They just didn't want as much windows on that multifamily housing development. And so when we went back to the Design Review Committee with this recommendation, they said, well, there might be some cases where we'd like to see that 25%. And so I said I would bring that to you with their recommendation. So 1034-10A2 is a requirement to fence outdoor storage, public storage, and areas not landscaped. Fencing to include at least 2 materials, colors, or textures. So this gets back to the requirement of having diversity, a variety of materials or textures or colors, creating complexity in our aesthetics. And that would be the requirement for fencing as well. 1034-10A2C is the landscaping requirement that required through design review to screen trash enclosures, mechanical units, mitigate long walls, mitigate tall blink, multifamily walls or stairwells, or along gateways into the city. Typically, the Design Review Committee doesn't deal with landscaping very much at all. So this just expands it a little bit to ensure that landscaping can be used to break up a blink wall. So now to correspondence. Received very little correspondence except for the Design Review Committee, which I've already highlighted. Applicable regulations to change city code. You You just need to find that it's reasonably necessary and in the interest of the public and in harmony with the goals or policies of the adopted comprehensive plan. I think we've highlighted how this proposal does that. So these are the recommended findings. They're in your packet. And here is a potential motion. I've included number 1 in case you would like to remove that condition for the 25% glazing to not be required by family. And I would stand for questions.
Mayor, I need clarification. So at the top of this public hearing, and maybe it says 3 or 4 unit buildings on a single lot are proposed to only require administrative approval. I thought I heard you say earlier that 4 units and above. Requested action, which is at the top of the public hearing. But greater than 4 units on a single property are proposed to require approval by the Building and Site Design Standards Committee. So that would mean, to me, 5 units, starting with 5 units.
That's correct. And I think I said that incorrectly then.
Okay, because you said 4, yeah, Councilman Haverfield asked for a change, but so it would be, so 4 would not be required.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay.
I think the code actually, or the ordinance clarifies that.
It may have, I was just looking at the requested action at the top, so
Yeah.
it didn't seem to be consistent.
Okay, no, that makes more sense.
Yeah. So 1034-3A2 states 5 or more.
Okay.
That's
So whatever whoever makes the motion then needs to
Yeah.
make sure that's in there. Okay.
That's correct.
Which could be 1 building or 5 buildings. Mayor, a couple of quick questions in. Rodney, just for clarification, we're only talking about building frontages along a roadway. We're not talking about perpendicular to the roadway, correct?
Correct. As long as they can't be seen from the roadway.
What stops a person from being able to see the side of a building?
Yeah. That's been a challenge that I haven't been able to answer for any
And it's
design.
been very confusing from a design standpoint as to how far back is considered visible. It makes more sense to me if we're looking at this ordinance to provide clarity, that we provide clarity that it's just the building frontage that you can see from that, from the perpendicular going away from you is not what we should be considering. It's just parallel to the roadway, which would be an easier clarification and an easier point to move forward with from a design standpoint.
Yeah.
Mayor, this is Christy. May I answer that question?
Yes.
Councilman Haverfield, historically speaking, when we've done a review on something like that, we've looked at the 25% on the primary facade of the building, and generally that's singular. We pick one facade that would be the most exposed to be the primary facade.
That's not clarity. I'm looking at, if I have a building that I'm designing that's, say, on any road, Nampa Caldwell Boulevard, and you have a face that's fronting onto Nampa Caldwell Boulevard, that's the primary facade. So the secondary would be the 2 parallel sides of the building that are perpendicular to Nampa Caldwell Boulevard. Are those also subject to the same design review requirements of 3 different material types, 25% glazing? That's my question.
So interestingly enough, we just did one that was similar to this on Caldwell Boulevard. The small end of the building fronts the boulevard, and the main entrance of the building is perpendicular to the boulevard and goes deep into the lot. And because it had multiple tenant faces, we considered that to be the primary facade, the perpendicular elevation. And the shorter piece that faced Caldwell Boulevard was not the primary facade. So while it had to meet the 30% material change with the 2 elements, it did not have to have any glazing on it, but the front piece did, which would have been the perpendicular elevation.
And I'm familiar with that project. Obviously, it came from our office. But the question still remains, then how far back on the perpendicular sides of those buildings, do you have to provide 3 different material types? The full length of the property, how far back? That's the confusion that we have from the design side. 25% glazing is obviously something to deal with depending on the type of use. Housing is a lot easier to provide glazing for because you need to have natural light, but some other type of structures, they want to limit it for safety purposes. Privacy is an issue that I think from an apartment standpoint, you have to be careful of too. So back to my question, from a design review standpoint, to limit their review to the primary frontage, which is parallel to the road frontage, is one thing. To say that you also have to go back a certain distance along the side lot lines, how far back is that, or does that need to be a part of this review that we define that? Because it's not defined right now.
Right. It's the way I've reviewed those in the past is, 25% glazing on the primary facade. We don't measure glazing on the other facades. And the 30% on the facades that are not primary is for the entire wall. Whether you can see it or not, it's for the whole thing. It's for the whole exposed face to whomever drives into the lot and can see it. So the 30% applies to the entire wall face, not just what can be seen from the corridor.
Okay.
I think what she's getting at there is that there are some guidelines and not guidelines, but standards that have to be met regardless of whether it can be seen from the right of way, but they're more restrictive for the primary facade as you're describing. And I would just say that if it's council's wish to clearly define that and say the one that is fronting the roadway, then that would probably need to be included in the motion. And Todd, I would ask if that's a substantial change.
Madam Mayor and Rodney, I think adding a definition of primary facade probably is a substantial change to what we've got in front of us. It sounds like something that merits definition. If there's questions that seem to be going back and forth as far as defining the primary facade, it's referenced in here, but I was looking while you were talking. I didn't see a definition of primary facade in the design review or the general definition.
And Mayor, and Todd, what I'm running into, and I'll share with Christy and Rodney, is unless it's clearly defined, it's left for interpretation, which Christy just said. Her interpretation has been able to be different things. Well, that makes it kind of difficult not knowing going in. If all 4 sides of a building have to be equally carried out, a type of design that meets the requirements, then all 4 sides have to be. But if just the building frontage has to be to meet the 3 different material types, you'd want to wrap it around just for the continuity of architecture, but the cost associated with some of that can be elaborate and expensive. So I'd love to have that definition provided, whatever it should be, so that
Mayor, if I may, Councilman Haverfield, because you're a designer, you're an architect. So how would you like to have it defined with your preference?
Well, if it can be as clearly as a third of the way back on the side.
You want dimension then?
Well, something that speaks to how far back, because right now it's not defined. Is it just wrapping the corner 2 feet, or is it wrapping the corner the whole length of the property? And that's what Christy was saying. Her interpretation has been that's the whole length of the property. Well, there could be other buildings that are back that totally obscure the balance of a project, depending how deep it is. So there's no real reason to enhance property or buildings that are clear back and not being able to be seen by the public. So I think for a standpoint of my point going in and design, I'm sorry, now I'm kind of fumbling a little bit. I think it's important that we define it. And if we need to take a little bit more time to do that, I think that would be a good thing so that we get it clear going in so that other designers besides myself don't have that same question of what's the requirement? Because right now it's not
Mayor,
clearly
I'm
defined.
going to make the motion that we table this as long as there's a proper committee together to decide on this, and then we can bring it back as a agenda. Do we have to bring it back as a public hearing again?
Yes, but we would table our public hearing and we would reopen, we would leave it open.
Okay.
And we would reconvene the public hearing. Is that correct?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Bruner, I guess you could approach it a couple of ways. If you're comfortable with these amendments, and then knowing you still need to define the primary facade, you could approve these and then have Rodney tee up an amendment that defines primary facade.
Okay, so I'll make the motion that we go ahead and approve these amendments as stated. And then we will come back and define.
The only problem is it is a public hearing. and We
Oh,
haven't
we haven't
opened
closed it.
public.
Forget that.
And we haven't opened it yet.
Okay.
So we're still in the staff report. So we went into discussion because it was staff, but it is a public hearing. So we need to open the public hearing. And then in that there's
I
no.
just wanted to get it moving. Okay.
I agree with
I'm with
you.
you.
So.
So I got a little ahead. Nothing.
That's okay. We'll be back really, really fast because I don't see that we don't have anyone. This is a public hearing. We do not have anyone signed up to testify in support of or in opposition to this. And I don't see anyone here that would like to testify unless I'm missing someone. So with that, then at this time, before we close the public hearing, let's identify how we want to move forward. Is it easier to leave it open? Or your motion was actually, and Todd, would you clarify this? If we have a motion to approve this, we close public hearing, we have a motion to move forward, and part of that motion includes that we want to include a definition for further clarity in the language changes. Would we have to come back to a public hearing for that?
Madam Mayor, yes, and it's an addition, so you can handle it a couple of ways. You can approve this that's before you, and then also provide direction to staff to bring back another amendment to the zoning ordinance that defines primary facade. I think if you just continued this and then tried to address the primary facade, you need to renotice that aspect and bring it here anyway, which would mean going through P&Z and getting a recommendation and then coming here. So unless you have major objections to these being implemented, it's probably cleaner to approve this and then direct staff to bring back the definition of primary facade, unless you want to just wait on it all together and wait for P&Z to give you a recommendation.
Mayor?
Yes.
I would prefer that we don't act on this tonight, even though I'm in favor of the direction we're going here with adding these to the Design Review Commission. I think now's the time to capture all of the language in the amendment to Title 10, as opposed to coming back and then getting further definition. I think that we could easily wait and whether, Rodney, I don't know who you would you take this before Planning and Zoning, you said, or just back to the Design Review Commission?
Because it's a new public hearing, and substantial change, I would assume we would go back to the Planning and Zoning Commission and come back to you with their recommendation for that addition. That we wouldn't, if we handled it the way that Todd has described, and approve these tonight, we wouldn't have to take these same things back to Planning and Zoning. We could, I assume, Todd, that we could also hold these or put these on continuance and then just bring back that one item to Planning and Zoning and then bring both of them to City Council.
Madam Mayor and council members and Rodney, yes. The best way, though, to preserve this public hearing would be continue it to a date certain, if that's what you want to do, and try to put it out far enough that you will be able to get the other portion through that planning and zoning process. If it's not quite far enough and you're not quite ready, you can continue this again on the record to preserve the notice that you have for this public hearing, but the notice for the planning and zoning, the additional planning and zoning ordinance amendment change for the definition would come through on its own.
Okay, so could you help us with the language on our motion then? Because I think we would be moving to continue this public hearing to a date certain, which could be January.
It'd have to be a substantial amount because we're going to have to go to Planning and Zoning. We're going to have to create the ordinance or the changes. We'll have to go to Planning and Zoning, and then it'll come back to you. So it's going to be at least 2 months.
So maybe February?
Yeah, probably late February.
Late February? Okay. So with that, we're going to leave the public hearing open. We're not going to close it. And I would ask for a motion to continue this public hearing to, and I'm just looking real quickly at a date. Let's go back to
I'll make a motion to continue it to a date to be determined by the mayor,
February 15th.
February 15th.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
So discussion before we're done, just a quick question for clarity. So Councilman Haverfield, I really appreciate your discussion on this because you know it better than I do. A question I have is, if we are too succinct in the measurement, does that tie someone in to the design on a portion of a wall that may not otherwise need it because it is not within the view? If we say it's required up to 30% of the building, is there a benefit to having some flexibility and in the language encouraging that if it is within the view of public from the frontage or whatever, that it would continue down, but if it were not? So give it some flexibility. It's just a thought.
Oh, yeah, and I wasn't talking about a third of the building. I was thinking the third of the property length. So that, you know, there's something that's at least defined, and whether it's 25%, 30%, or zero, so that at least the designer knows that we need to return it. And it makes more sense to me that, you know, maybe back even 150 feet or something that's defined, you'll wrap it and you'll take it all the way around those first buildings. And then the buildings in the back, especially if it's low income housing, you can spend a lot of money on 3 different material types, especially if one's masonry along with different facades of color and texture. So I'm looking at what is a definition that we can go back and take a look at. Boise is an example. A lot of their zones have a design review component to them, no matter where they're at. And it's all different types of buildings, not just certain commercial buildings or commercial corridors. I don't want us to get to that level at this point, but that's what I'm seeing in other municipalities, so that at least there's definition given, so that we know. And so, you know, you go before the design review board and you present your project, and but if all 4 sides, internally and externally, are under scrutiny, you know, it just can be exhaustive and very costly. So developments don't happen. So that's what I'd like to not see.
Okay, thank you. Okay, there's been a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Munchy?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, item number 6.3 on the agenda is an action item. This is a vacation of a 5-foot by 100-foot portion of 17th Avenue North, right-of-way along the southeastern boundary of 119 17 North Avenue in order to meet the minimum lot size for a duplex. This is for Carolyn Munster. Is the applicant, Rodney, was the applicant with us this evening for this one?
I believe they're online.
Okay.
Hello? Can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, great. So this is Hope Hastrider with Pioneer Title. I just want to thank you, Mayor and City Council members, and thank you for the ability to go ahead and attend by Zoom meeting as well with all that's going on. Pioneer Title is by proxy for Carolyn Munster. Carolyn Munster is the insured on a Pioneer Title owner's policy of title insurance. And we're requesting the vacation of a 5-foot by 100-foot portion of 17th Avenue North. The additional 500 square foot to the parcel for your review this evening will create a 7,000 acceptable standard lot size for Carolyn Munster. Historically, Carolyn's parcel and the parcel northwest, which is 1617 2nd Street North, have historically been split of record to where 1617 2nd Street North has 7,500 square feet and Carolyn Munster was short of a standard lot size at 6,500 square feet. The adjustment revises the substandard Munster lot size to a standard lot size for the area and neighborhood. And any requirements the city may place on Ms. Muster for the future capital improvements would be expected. We're here tonight simply to establish a 7,000 square foot standard lot. I'm available for any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant at this time before staff report? Seeing none, Hope, we will be back to you after we finish staff report and public hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is Christy doing our staff report?
I am. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Christy Watkins, Principal Planner for Nampa. The action requested from you this evening is to approve the vacation of a 5 by 100 foot portion of 17th Avenue North right-of-way for the property at 119 17th Avenue North, which currently does not conform to the RD zoning code minimum lot size requirement. So as stated, the property currently measures out at 65 by 100, making it 6,500 square feet in area. By vacating the 500 square feet of the prescribed right-of-way and adding it back into the area of the property, it not only allows for the property to conform to zoning requirements in Chapter 1010-6, but also gives the applicant the option of constructing either a single-family residence or a duplex. The property is zoned RD, which is 2-family residential, is completely surrounded by RD zoned properties that are also residential, with the exception of Indian Creek Park, which is across the intersection to the east. So the standard applicable regulation is that state code has the public hearing is the due process for allowing this at your discretion. The findings of fact are that 1010-6A as related to single family structures and 1010-6B as they relate to 2 or more attached units in one structure. Any property in the RD zone must have 7,000 square feet to be considered a conforming buildable lot. Again, by adding the additional 500 square feet, it brings the property into conformance. Public utilities serve this site, and the city engineer has indicated that no city services exist in that 500 square foot portion of the right-of-way. So the correspondence was included in your staff report with comments from the typical utility agencies and the internal city departments as listed here. I'll address the neighbor's comment. He submitted a comment in regards to the sidewalks and the setbacks. Any construction on this property will be required to meet city codes in regards to frontage improvements and property setbacks that will be reviewed with the building permit at the time of submittal. I did talk to engineering and specifically asked if a sidewalk would be required, and they stated that it will be required on both frontages. So with all of that in mind, the standard of conditions of approval will apply to any new construction on this lot. So staff would recommend approval with this application. I will stand for any questions.
Mayor.
Yes.
Christy, can you speak to the Intermountain Gas easement?
So, Councilman Haverfield, the easement was not defined. Basically, what Intermountain Gas is asking for is the ability to continue to access any utilities that might be found on the site.
So defining an easement is not what they're asking for here?
No, they're asking to retain the access to the easement that's already on the property.
And where is that easement placed? Where's it at? Is it on
I
the,
didn't ever receive a record of survey for the lot itself. I only have a legal description for the portion to be vacated.
so when the surveyor puts together this legal description, will they be putting together also an easement description?
We can certainly require that. I guess you'd need to ask Daniel if he has seen that.
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, I think probably the easiest way to handle their request would be to, in the vacation ordinance, just retain a utility easement over the entire 500 square feet that we are vacating. It would be within any building setback that would be there, and so it would not hinder the ability of any construction within that area, and that would address Intermountain Gas's concerns.
Okay, and Daniel, from your perspective, there's no water or sewer easement that we need to protect.
No, Mayor and Councilman Haverfield, there are no city-owned utilities within the proposed vacation area.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, I have a question. So on the disagreement on the property line, is that something the survey would take care of as far as Mr. Wood challenging the property line, or does that have anything to do with this?
Oh, Councilman Bruner, I don't believe he's challenging the location of the property line. What he's worried about is that by doing this, it would allow her to extend a building out into that right of way, and that 5 feet would ultimately be her setback space, so it would not allow her to extend out into the right of way. And he, I believe, just placed sidewalk in front of his home, and he wants to make sure that it would be required to be extended, and it will be.
Okay, I'm just reading that the second to last paragraph of his letter, so that, I think that probably explains as far as the forward movement is what he was concerned with. Okay.
Christy, this is Mayor Debbie, and is someone going to specifically communicate so that there's no coming back that he cannot, that she cannot move into that extra 5 feet?
Mayor, I'm certainly happy to respond back to his email request with that information.
Well, was he asking that the applicant, which is she, I think, he's concerned that she's going to put something in the right of way. And so what I'm saying is I would like to ask that staff communicate to her specifically in writing that she's not allowed to go ahead and extend into that so that there's no misunderstanding.
We can put that in the action letter as a condition.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Are there any other questions for staff at this time? Okay, so this is a public hearing. I'd like to open our public hearing at this time, but we do not have anyone, again, signed up to testify in support of or in opposition to this particular issue, unless there is someone here that had intended to testify and seen none. I would like to go back to our applicant before we close public hearing and ask if, Hope, if you have any, actually, it's Carolyn Munster.
Carolyn.
Thank you. Do you have any comments before we close? And then staff, do you have any questions for her? So Carolyn, we'll let you start first.
I have no additional comments, but I'm happy to answer any questions if anybody has additional questions.
Thank you. Council, do we have any questions for our applicant? Okay, seeing none, then I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Council discussion, what would you like to do?
Mayor, I make a motion to approve the vacation of 5 foot by 100 foot portion of 17th Avenue North right away as subject to approval of conditions.
Second. It's been moved and seconded.
For clarity, should he include the information as far as maintaining the easement for Ida or Intermountain Gas?
Yes, that's, I will include that as well.
Okay.
Thank you, Randy.
You second that.
Thank you. Okay, so it has been moved and seconded, which includes maintaining the utility easement as discussed. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Bruner,
Yes.
Levi? Yes. Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
That concludes our public hearings, and if we needed to take a break, we could, but actually, we do not have a lengthy business item, so unless someone asks, shall we just keep moving? Okay. So we're going to move back to new business, beginning with item 5.1. This is just, I just wanted to do a quick discussion with council to let you know kind of what our thoughts were regarding businesses, our offices being open to the public. So both Caldwell and Meridian have closed their city offices to their functioning. That may be Patrick. I see his light going on. So the city of Meridian and Caldwell actually are going by appointment only. What we discussed with our employees was that at the Development Services Center, that they move to online and appointment only. And that is to preserve our employees. We've dealt with a number of exposures or possible exposures, and we just need to make sure that we're keeping people safe and they're available, but they will be available by appointment. We've talked about the clerk's office. The clerk's office is going to do passports on Monday, Wednesday, Friday by appointment only. And so I think we would leave City Hall open because most of the services within City Hall are internal services. Utility billing says that they feel comfortable staying open, as does code enforcement. The fire department already has a note on their door for people to just call a number and they're happy to meet by appointment only. The library made a decision, which is a separate board, that they are going to the pickup at the new window only rather than being open. And I think that's it. The discussion I have, and then in a minute, we'll talk about the rec center and ask Andrew if he's still on. And I think Darren to give us a really quick update on what we're doing with our other departments. But peddler licenses is something that came to my mind. Last time we did discontinue peddler licenses, and I'm not sure, I just thought I'd ask the council. Debbie, do you have any comments on that?
The only thing with peddler's license, if you could just kind of split it up, there's door-to-door sales with peddlers, but there's also food trucks. And with the food truck, that's your choice to walk up to the food truck. If we could leave them, if you choose to not do door-to-door sales and leave the peddlers, the food trucks, so they could still survive their coronavirus situation.
And they're subject to Southwest District
Yep,
guidelines.
they have to go
and
through all the guidelines.
So, and we can take no action on peddler license. I thought about it the other day and I thought I would just run it by the council and see if you had any thoughts.
Mayor, just quick question on the appointments only. So if I want to make an appointment, I'm going to get a live somebody answering the phone. I'm not going to get a voice messaging system.
We actually do it online, and they just go online and find an appointment that fits their schedule, and they get emails reminding them to come, telling them what to bring.
What if we have an older person that is not online?
We help them through this.
And so they would talk to a live person by phone when they call. They're not going to get, oh, we'll call you back tomorrow or whatever.
No,
okay,
we talk to people.
Okay, no, I mean, I know you normally do. I'm just saying during this time, I don't want us to be like a lot of other businesses that drive me crazy. So
no, we help everybody.
Okay, and I'm in favor of the peddlers to be able to go ahead and do their business.
Go ahead and leave it.
I mean, my thing is if I don't want to meet a peddler, then I can make that choice. But especially the food trucks, by all means, keep them open.
Yes.
Just for clarity, when we talk about an appointment is if I have a project that I need to submit, I just call for a time and then I do come in and meet with someone, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
We are requiring people that come in and meet with our staff to wear masks, and that's to protect our staff.
Sure.
So that is a requirement. If you're going to come in and have a face-to-face meeting, that we both parties are wearing masks. And we do require that our employees, when they are up moving around, if they're sitting at their desk, they're not required to wear a mask. But if they're moving in the building, they are required to put their mask on. We also have ensured that all employees are distanced from one another, even if they're sitting in a cubicle, so that it's not too close. And according to this stage 2, encouraging people that are at risk to do more work from home. So my goal is to ensure that we can continue to provide excellent customer service to the citizens, and that we don't have an entire department go down because of an exposure, because you know how it is when you get an exposure, everybody is out. And so we've done really well thus far. And that's part of rotating staff in and out, so you don't have an entire department that gets exposed at the same time. So the goal is to continue to provide service and not let anything slow down while we protect our employees.
Mayor,
So
just added, and you know how I like to keep things moving. So I think we all received an email from Darren by email. Hopefully we all read that. As far as I would be totally in favor as what he suggested. That would be my recommendation there. So I don't know if there needs further discussion.
And I don't know, unless, go ahead, Sandy.
I was just going to say for the public that's listening in, could you give a brief overview of what Darren's email said, please?
I think Darren is on, and I actually have a copy of it here.
Yeah, we can read it. I don't have his email in front of me, but somebody can certainly.
So his email actually notes that golf courses will remain open. And I will say that we have protocol in place for the golf courses for everything that I'm talking about. So, and those protocols were in an attached document that he sent Debbie. And they're also posted online so people can see them. So the golf courses stay open, the cemetery stays open, the rec center will stay open, and most services will be offered. The swimming pool at the rec center will remain open. Part of that is that the chlorine, they're ensuring that people are distanced. If they've got, they had a more senior swimming class that I think they possibly have discontinued that, but they're ensuring there's distance, and it's proven that in chlorine it works. And this summer we got along fine. The rec center has excellent protocols in place. They're sanitizing, they've got their sanitizing machine, and like in the weight room area, they're going over it 4 times a day to ensure the static cleaner, that they're keeping things clean. Birthday parties at the rec center with more than 10 people are going to be canceled. Reservations at the park with more than 10 people will be canceled, but most of them are done for the season anyway. Youth basketball programs will be canceled because protocols don't allow for spectators, and limited space would make it difficult to hold the program. Trips and tours that require transportation in a van or bus are canceled. Special events held indoors and outdoors will be canceled or postponed. And then some instructional programs will be divided into multiple time offerings. This will allow fewer participants in a classroom or space. And we've talked about some of the classes that they do, where you've got a lot of people in one room, but they're limiting the number of people in the room and ensuring that they are distanced. So, Sandy, does that help?
Well, yes. The reason I say that is because, again, I bring that different perspective than anyone here. I sat out there for 5.5 years, and when we'd hear, well, it's in our packet, it's in our packet.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, now the public does have the opportunity to download the packet, but they don't want to download 515 pages.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you for mentioning that so that we can make sure it's covered. So I feel like, you know what, and just so everybody knows, I feel like we have good protocols in place and we never let up. We had these in place from the last round and we've just stayed consistent. And so it's been pretty easy for us because we've just stayed consistent in being diligent and doing a good job in sanitation and distancing and watching out. So again, so thus far, I feel like we've done a really good job. So,
Mayor, let me just compliment also Darren and the rec staff and throughout this COVID. I know the spread is so horrendous, but people have got to keep their health, and just sitting stagnant at home and eating chips is not going to do it. So I mean, it's important that we have people who can recreate and have places for them to do that.
Mm-hmm. So
don't look at me on it.
So what I think I'm hearing is that basically everything that we've just shared, we're good to go. Andrew, are you on? I see he's on there. So let's just do a really quick update so council knows kind of what you're doing with the Civic Center and the Fort Idaho Center.
Sure. Thanks for having me, Mayor and Council. Really, not a lot has changed as far as our procedures across different stages. Our policies and protocols are still just as stringent as they would be whether we're in stage 1 or stage 4 or beyond. As far as our current events, obviously the 10-person limit has put us in quite a bind as far as the events that are going on. Luckily enough, the stage 2 order had an exemption for events that already had plans approved through Southwest District Health or the plans reviewed through Southwest District Health. So we're able through this coming weekend to continue on with our current slate of events. However, our events past then that are above the number 10 in size are definitely in jeopardy. So we're losing about 15 to 20 events across both venues within the next 5 weeks. And the longer we stay in stage 2 and 3, the more that number will be added to into January, February, et cetera.
Perfect. Thank you, Andrew. Are there any questions? Okay. I think it was our last council meeting. We had the good news that we ended up on a positive cash flow at the end of the year. And so this year is not starting out the best, but we'll see if we can catch up by the end. So, Andrew, thank you. Darren, I'm sorry we didn't call on you, but thank you for sending your information. And then for those, we will include it in the packet. Debbie will get that email and that information in the minutes for the next meeting. So with that, I think we'll move on. So item 5.2 on the agenda, this is going to be requested to pass under suspension of rules, and actually 5.3 is to authorize the summary of publication, so it can be passed together. This is the first reading of ordinance amending Title IV to include adoption of the state of Idaho adopted building codes, the mechanical code, and the fuel gas code. So Debbie, why don't you go ahead and read it?
An ordinance enacted by the Nampa City Council amending Title IV, Chapter 2, Section 421 of the Nampa City Code pertaining to the adoption of the International Building Code, International Residential Code, International Existing Building Code, and International Energy Conservation Code, all in accordance with state law, amending Title IV, Chapter 2, Section 422, relating to amendments to said codes, amending Title IV, Chapter 5, Section 451, pertaining to the adoption of the International Mechanical and Fuel Gas Codes of the International Residential Codes, and amending Title IV, Chapter 8, Section 481 and 482, pertaining to the adoption and amendments to the International Existing Code, Building Code, providing effective date of January 1st, 2021, providing for severability and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, and orders and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Are there any questions regarding this ordinance and its intent?
Mayor Kling, I'll make the motion to authorize the ordinance as read under suspension of rules, and also to authorize the summary of publication.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Okay, moving on to item 5.4 on the agenda. This is to authorize the mayor to sign the local professional services agreement with ITD and TO Engineers for the Grimes City Pathway Phase 1 project in the amount of $34,972. Time and materials not to exceed.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion or questions? Seeing none, roll call.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Action item 5.5 is to award the bid and authorize the mayor to sign the contract for the Indian Creek Pathway Extension. This is Taffy to Peppermint, project KN 20141 with Paul Construction in the amount of $285,935. And to authorize the mayor to sign the local professional service agreement with ITD and TO Engineers for the Indian Creek Pathway Extension project in the amount of $43,992. Time and materials not to exceed. Both are budgeted in our FY21 budget. I think this isn't this the item that we talked last time? We did have some questions that needed to be clarified, and I believe they were, but I think for public clarification, Daniel, would you like to give us a quick report? Are you prepared?
Actually, I can do this one, Mayor.
Tom, okay.
Yeah. So Mayor and Councils, the question on this one was non-participating costs. So this is a federal grant to fill a sidewalk gap along Indian Creek. And we applied for the grant in 2015 and awarded the grant. So we started design work, and we've spent about $80,000, which is one of the last bullets in your write-up here, towards design. So when we accepted the grant and the federal dollars, that was part of the deal that we would bring this to construction and completion. So if we canceled the project, we'd be having to spend $80,000 in non-participating costs, versus if we continue with the project at the 7% or 7 cents on a dollar for the federal grant, then it'd be about $24,000 would be our cost. This is a little more background on this. It's not, this one is a little more than a standard pathway because of the erosion work that we need to was as part of the scope of this project. We have some pictures in the packet that show some of the meandering of the Indian Creek in this area, which is encroaching on one of the city's stormwater facilities. So, and this has a history as well. I mean, we originally tried to put this out to bid and it came in too high because we needed to build a small bridge in order to not fill Indian Creek. Engineering went back and asked for an exception to that and did some more work and was able to reduce the cost so we could add riprap and continue the erosion project and the gap filling. Another question was about from last time was, well, can we put these paths on roadways? The answer is yes, and we do on occasion do that. And in times we do prefer to separate talking with parks and public works, we do prefer to separate the bike and ped and street facilities where we can. It's mainly it's safety related. So, people backing out of driveways and not noticing bikes and peds that are sharing the roadway. It's a safer condition. And then I guess the last point is this is in our bike and ped plan that we've adopted, and Parks has worked with us on this, and the overall vision is to connect Indian Creek from Cuna to Caldwell. And so this is one of the gaps as part of the grant process was to ask for this project. And so I think that was all the data that we could come up with to help with your decision, and I'll stand for any questions that you may have.
Mayor, if I may, thanks, Tom. And Tom has also communicated with me since this last council meeting, since I was the main had the main objections. So taking care, and I know a ton of money, so taking care of all this erosion, which I know there is. And so as far as it's going to be taken care of in such a way that once this 5-foot path is in place, or whatever the width is, then we're not concerned about erosion going underneath that path, because you're going to have to build up that bank a long ways to get that path in there. So it's going to be done in such a way. I take it with all the money that the feds are spending on this to make sure there's not going to be path erosion in the future.
Yeah, that Mayor, Councilor Bruner, that's correct. So we'll be using riprap as part of the channel stabilization.
Okay, thank you, Tom.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, any further questions? And I would stand for a motion, whichever way.
Make a motion to authorize the mayor to sign the contract for Indian Creek Pathway extension.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
Just if I would have been a part of, which I probably was a part of this to start with, I probably would not be totally in favor. But since the money is already spent, there's the erosion challenge, and it looks like we're going to have to pay the feds money back if we don't move ahead, then I will be voting in favor. My hesitancy, but yeah. And I apologize to the people who are paying federal taxes that didn't catch this a few years ago.
Mayor,
Yes,
so did the motion capture both parts of this request?
I think it was intended to, but we could clarify it. So this would be to award the bid for the Indian Creek Pathway Extension with Paul Construction and the Indian Creek Pathway Extension Project for TO Engineers and the Professional Services Agreement. For both.
That's the
Are you
motion
good with
then?
that?
Okay. And it was seconded.
Okay.
Okay.
Councilman Bauer, did you have a comment or question?
No,
Yeah.
just thanks, Darrell, for the diligent investigation.
Well, it's a little late in the ball game, but yeah, you're welcome.
I will say, you know what, I agree with that. Thank you. And I was impressed, Darrell, at your due diligence and walking out and looking at it. And good for
Once in
you.
5 years.
Good for you. No, that was good. That's how we stay on our toes. So thank you. Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Bruner,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Mucci.
Yes.
Item 5.6 is an action item to authorize the mayor to sign the local professional services agreement with ITD and HDR Engineering for the intersection at Lone Star and Middleton Road.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Mucci,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Item 5.7 is an action item to authorize the mayor and the public works director to sign the contract for the Waterworks Materials Restock FY21 project with Core and Main LP for $239,792.10, and this is approved in the FY21 budget.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mucci,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
So action item 5.8 is to authorize the mayor to sign a resolution approving the updates in the City of Nampa Employee Handbook. Jamie is not able to be with us this evening. This is the handbook that was provided to you guys some time ago. And I'm very pleased to get it updated. It should have been done a long time ago, so we're really excited to get it done. It was initially reviewed under Hamilton, under that firm, and then also when Todd Lakey came on, they did also an additional review of it. We've talked through with ICRIM regarding it, and so I think it stands ready for approval. And then if there are any minor changes that need to take place, we can always come back and update it again in specific areas if we find something specific that we need to readdress. But I feel like it's had a good review. Todd, do you have any comments?
Madam Mayor, no, we did have a chance to review and made a couple suggestions, but we're good with it.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions?
Mayor, I
Yes.
do have some questions that not only I have, but that were brought to my attention, maybe kind of confusing, and perhaps Mr. Lakey can bring some clarity. On page 19 of the employee handbook, it talks about things that are not prohibited. I'm trying to desperately get there here so I can actually read it to you, but talks about things that are prohibited by employees. I think I'm really close.
What page, Sandy?
So it would be on page of our packet. It's on page 250. Oh goodness, I just lost it. I'm sorry. I think it's on page 251, just a minute. But it's page 19 of the actual handbook. So it talks about things that are prohibited, and one of the things that it states is about weapons. And
I got it right here.
thank you. I don't know why I cannot get there. Thank you. So it says possessions or carrying of weapons, explosives, or similar items on city time and property unless in accordance with specific city job role. And my question would be, first off, I can understand about explosives, et cetera, things we don't need, but we are granted the privilege that we can carry and open carry, or if you have concealed, you can concealed carry. And so my question perhaps to Mr. Lakey is, do we as a city have the right to supersede someone's constitutional freedom?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Levi, as employees, you have the right and ability to establish certain policies. And for example, the employee in their employee capacity does not necessarily have the right to exercise their full First Amendment when talking about people that may come in and request services or those kind of things. So there are some restrictions that are placed on employees while they're here during employment. So I think that's your call, whether you as a city council want to have that policy, or if you want to say that somebody with a particular concealed weapons permit could do it, or you just want to leave it open. You can make that decision as a council.
Thank you. And just kind of expand on that, if I might, Mayor. When I first got on council, I know that I had several city employees pull me aside privately and ask me about and express their concerns. And if I would bring something like that up. And at that time, it was when I spoke to some of the elected officials at that time, it was, no, let's just leave it alone. No, everything's okay. Talk to HR at that time, said, oh, no, definitely not. We can decide what we want to do. And so that's just a real concern that I have, that we are superseding what the Constitution allows them to do and what the state allows them to do, especially because they are public employees serving the public. So that's just one of my questions. I don't know if anyone has discussion on that. Hearing none, on page 20, it talks about city officials, and it describes notes of the employment status versus of elected officials on page, let's see, let me get there again.
What, can you tell us what page in the packet it's on?
That's what I'm trying to get to again. Because this is so
247.
confusing when this happens. Okay. So let's see, on page 226 of the packet, it talks about ethics in the workplace. And if we go down to the bullet points, the fourth bullet point, it says city council and employees will not seek favors, use the prestige of office for private gain, nor use confidential information, government, blah, blah, blah. We would not take favors, gifts, etc. And up on page 17, it talks about how city council are not the same as employees, but here it groups us as one and the same. And the reason I'm concerned about that is when I first accepted my position, or won my position actually, I remember meeting with legal at that time, and they said as elected officials, we were allowed to accept gifts and or have dinners bought for us, whatever, up to a certain price. And so I'm just concerned if there is a little bit of maybe wording confusion, grouping us in with employees, because we aren't employees of the city of Nampa, we are elected officials. I know it might sound trivial, but again, somebody brought it up to me, and so it's important to them, and so I'm expressing as their representative, I'm just expressing that as well.
Thank you. For some reason, the page, so I'm looking, the page doesn't coincide on page 226 is not that piece. So are you looking at, so in my packet, it's not on page 226 in the packet.
250.
When 250, on my packet, it says page 226 at the top.
Oh, that's.
And then within the actual document, it's page 20.
Okay, and but Randy, you said for you, it was in page.
Page 20 that she's talking to in the lower right-hand corner is actually 248.
Ethics in public service. So I've got that at 248.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So I think a question that where we need to go with city council is by state ordinance. Also, what is an elected official allowed to take? Todd, could you speak to that?
Sure. Madam Mayor and council members, I think Councilmember Levi brings up a viable point here. We didn't go through and slice and dice all of the language in crafting this, since it's been going on for a while, but I would say that your employee handbook generally applies to your employees. As a city council person, you're not subject to employee discipline, you're subject to election, and you're subject to the provisions of state code. You have the Ethics in Government Act that applies to you, which does prohibit you from taking gifts or favors in to take a particular action as an elected official. So it doesn't matter what the amount is in that regard. You can't take $1 to vote on this particular case in a particular way. That's contrary to the code. The gift portion, I think that Councilmember Levi was talking about, there's a $50 de minimis gift that's not offered for any particular purpose other than maybe you go to a conference as a council member and they have a gift pack that's less than $50. That's not contrary to code.
But if it's over $50, as elected officials, my understanding is we're not allowed to receive it. Correct? So we as elected officials are bound. It may be, are bound to what we're allowed to receive as part of, as you're saying.
Correct.
Go ahead, and I'm
And,
sorry.
Madam Mayor and council members, it also applies to your business relationships. Outside, you can't take an action that would benefit yourself financially or vote to benefit yourself financially or your family member or a business that you're involved in. So those are the kind of things that this describes. I think it describes it accurately. Whether you have to, I don't know that you have to include city council in this, but you are subject to state code.
Yeah, I'm just curious. This is education for me. It has nothing to do, I'm in the weeds. So is there any type of thing? And do you know from a federal and state standpoint, your state, but federal elected officials, they just don't seem to abide by that. Is that right? But there is a code that you're aware of? Like when you run for Congress or?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Brunner, I have not run for federal office, but there are conflict of interest provisions.
Okay.
I can look back at some of my military service and there was conflict provisions there. So yes, there's some there. I can't quote them chapter and verse.
There actually are. Okay, thanks. Sorry.
Mayor, yes, Todd, so it's really subject to interpretation. And then if somebody, because how do you know the monetary value of a gift pack if somebody just says it's worth $49.99? And then could be seen like in the medical field, it's the Stark Act. We look at kickbacks, and they've really regulated, pharmaceutical reps because they'd come in and take doctors to Uganda. And so really that subject to interpretation and whether you're comfortable, but knowing that there could be a very clear conflict of interest. Is that sort of the gray area?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Mucci, there is some gray area. Somebody's got to put a value on it. Usually it's the group that's providing the gift. They say they're usually aware of it when they're dealing with elected officials, and they say this is worth $48.96 or something. I don't know if you've got somebody that is familiar with it and they can make a reasonable argument. I don't know that you're going to have, a prosecution over $1.95 difference or something, but you're right on in saying you need to be sensitive of it as an individual. And if there's a little bit of doubt in your mind, don't take the gift pack.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilwoman Levi.
Thank you. I appreciate the discussion, and also I appreciate your input as well, Mr. Lakey. So I think what I would what I would be asking then is that we remove city council out of that, because again, we are upheld by ethics, but we're also accountable to our voters, but we are not city employees. So then moving down to holidays, and because mine says 273, my page, I don't know if this needs to be clarified or not, and I'm just aware of it, having served as a trustee on the library board, is where it talks about the holidays, the 10 paid holidays, and it lists them. I don't know if it's just trivial again, but because the Board of Trustees determines those holidays and approves the holidays for our personnel for our library. And then further down, and again, I'm not going to go try to figure out this, the page number, but it talks about bilingual versus the bilingual. If you're bilingual, that you get an extra pay because you're bilingual. And I do believe we need to serve our community. But then one of the questions that was brought to me, and I had the same question when I read through it, is, so are we paying somebody more simply because they're bilingual or they're proficient at their job? And so we have to kind of look at what message are we sending out to the rest of our employees at the same time.
So I'd like to answer that one while you're there. So not just because someone is bilingual does not mean they get paid the extra pay, but there are certain positions that we need someone bilingual in that position. And there is an additional pay, and I think it's 50 cents an hour. I'm trying to remember that amount, but it's not considerable. But it is to have Todd,
No, go ahead, finish, Mayor, and then I'll come in.
okay, so it is to ensure that where we need someone bilingual in a certain position, that they're compensated for that skill set in that position, but not just because someone is bilingual does not mean they get an additional pay. It's position specific.
No, correct. And I did see that it was position specific, excuse me.
Mayor and Councilmember Levi, that was part of the input that we provided to Jamie, that if we're talking about a bilingual position and there's a need for or a requirement for that ability, that you list those positions. So like, as you said, that they're defined and that bilingual is also defined. They have to have a certain certification or whatever it is that you see as a qualification to establish that they are bilingual. Those things be defined for them to receive that additional compensation.
So is that something that we need to do? Did you go ahead and do that? Remind me, or do we need to add those positions? Is that something, if we were to approve this, is it subject to those additions?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Levi still talking about this issue. That was our advice. I think that was in part of the recommended additions from Jamie, and that was our recommendation to her in regard to those additions. So I guess you could handle it a couple of ways. You could approve it with this language, and then we can bring back further clarification. We didn't provide a list. We just suggested that a list be established.
Okay. Okay. So, and I do want to pause because Councilwoman Levi, you're bringing different things up, but I want to make sure that we are coming back and just not moving through them because we need to, I'd like to take action on this tonight, but if there are things that we need to address, then we need to pause and address them. So the FYI on the, I want to go back to the library on the fact that the library is governed by a separate board, which it is. I believe they have adopted where we are. I'm not sure. I've not heard that there's any conflict with this. Are you suggesting, help me understand what you're suggesting in your comments?
Thank you for allowing me to make clarification. So I know that when I have sat in board meetings in the past as a trustee and then also as the now liaison for the council, is when they're setting their calendar for each year, they ask about which holiday they're going to take. Are they going to take Columbus Day? Or are they going to take Veterans Day? And they usually take it as a day where they work, but they don't have the public coming in. And sometimes it fluctuates.
Actually, there was a discussion earlier about it fluctuating, but it doesn't. Columbus Day is the only day, and we give Columbus Day, we work on Columbus Day to take Friday after Thanksgiving, and then Veterans Day is a holiday that we're closed. And so I can't speak to, our policy is staying real consistent, so I'm not sure on the library.
And that's what I'm making reference to, is what the board decides for the library. And so, again, it might sound trivial, but I didn't know, and I'm maybe hypersensitive about that because I know that for so long, trying to get the council to understand that according to the state of Idaho, the state law is that there is a board of trustees that governs the library and that it is not one and the same. And so just, like I say, it might seem like a trivial thing.
Now, I think that's a good mention. And so I appreciate your comment on that. And I agree with you. It has been difficult for there to be the understanding that they are governed by a separate board. Right.
And they are city of employees, so it kind of gets confusing there. And so I believe that we are going through, and I'm happy to go back. But the last thing was on the epidemic control, and it comes up 307 on my page of my packet. And the first paragraph says the city is committed to following requirements and guidance from federal, state, and local authorities in the event of infectious disease outbreak. And I'm looking at that in terms of where we are today, where we have stood as a city, where we've stood with Southwest District Health. And again, perhaps Mr. Lakey can help me to know as far as the clarity of that. Does that, I understand about commitment, following requirements, and we will, or we have to, or we force or we mandate. I want to make sure that we are keeping ourselves free from saying we are going to act as we feel best for the city of Nampa. And we'll respect what those mandates or what comes down from these different officials. But in the end, we as the city of Nampa are going to make a ruling what is best for the city of Nampa.
Thank you for those comments, and I'm going to have to find that page if anybody finds it in our other numbering first. Todd, have you found that?
So, Madam Mayor, I'm not sure if I'm looking in the additional recommended portions. I'm not sure where it's at in the packet. I think I found it, but I'm not sure which page.
Mayor?
It's in the packet.
Yes.
Todd, doesn't the state and the public health districts sometimes have jurisdiction over public health policy?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Mucci, there's joint authority. The state has authority to declare emergencies and disaster declarations and establish criteria. I believe that under state code, the city also has some authority to act in that way between the mayor and the council. You couldn't, as a city, override a directive that comes under state law to the cities as a requirement. But if it's an area where you have discretion to act, then you have the ability to do that in addition to, or perhaps outside of, a state directive if there hasn't been one.
Mayor, follow-up? So we couldn't supersede the governor's mandate to roll back to stage 2 right now?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Mucci, as far as the directives, I don't believe so.
Okay, thank you.
So Mayor, if I may just ask a specific on that. And so as far as if there is a mandate statewide for a mask, does the city, the municipality have the power to decide whether they're going to enforce that or not through fines or citations?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Bruner, yes.
So the city would have that, would be allowed that discretion?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Bruner, yes. As far as that goes, the state mandate, they can pass something that's a misdemeanor, perhaps under state code. But if they want to see it enforced, they would have to be ISP or some state law.
I was going to say they could bring in the Idaho State Police if they wanted to, if the MPD was not, we told them not to enforce it. Okay.
Could I ask, on a federal mandate, would it be the same?
Madam Mayor, I would say coming down to enforcement, yes. I mean, again, feds may make a particular mandate, but if the city isn't inclined to enforce it and your law enforcement has better things to do, yes. I think that's a practical side of it.
Okay. And furthermore, a prosecuting attorney that is not going to prosecute. Right. Okay. So, Councilwoman Levi, could you go back to your question though on this one? I want to make sure that we've heard it, and I don't know if you've gotten the answer if we're moving on from it, but because I was looking for it, I could not find exactly what page that was.
Okay.
So go ahead and state it again. And
thank you. So under the epidemic control, my concern was where it says the city is committed to following requirements and guidance from federal, state, and local authorities in the event of an infectious disease outbreak. My question was, does the wording of that still give us the ability to keep the course of where we have been, to be autonomous as a city if we so choose to say, this is the direction we're going to go, or no, this is not the direction we're going to go?
And I think the answer to that was, Todd?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Levi, so this does say two things. It talks about following the requirements and the guidance. So from a practical application standpoint, if you have a requirement from the state that applies to the city, then you have to follow it, other than the criminal enforcement part of it. If it's a guidance, then that's not a requirement. Here's guidelines. So what you could potentially do if you're concerned about this is strike the word guidance, and then you can take whatever action you feel is appropriate based on guidance. But if it's a requirement, then that's something you should apply. Again, it's an employment context. This isn't a criminal context.
Okay, so what you're saying is we could strike the word guidance.
Correct.
But leave it as is.
Mhm.
The rest of it, just strike the word guidance.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I've needed that because it's hard. There's so many pages in here. Okay. Councilwoman Levi, do you have a couple of other things?
No, those were just my concerns and questions.
Okay.
Mayor,
Yes.
I just want to say thank you. I had two of those same concerns, especially the firearm and then the last concern that I had highlighted here to talk about too. So
And
What
Councilman,
would be a recommendation, Mayor, on the firearms? Because I also would like to make sure that we keep our Second Amendment, and if they're licensed to carry, that I would be in favor that they are allowed to carry.
this is where I wish Jamie were here because candidly, I am fully supportive of the Second Amendment, but I'm very concerned about the workplace environment. And it's a little bit like, and I'd love to have our law enforcement weigh into it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I don't,
that'd be
Chief
good.
Huff is not on tonight. And actually, Rick, do you remember who we need to text? Or could you text him and ask if he could weigh in? Or
Mary Kling,
I think it is Don Peck. I think you've got his number.
Mary Kling,
Yes.
I can answer that.
Can you answer that?
Yeah, be more than
Thank
happy
you,
to.
Councilman Rodriguez. Thank
Be
you.
more than happy to. Todd, this is not a First Amendment issue. This is a safety issue. It's a caution control issue. It's a liability issue. That's what we're looking at. Right?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Rodriguez, that's the policy decision you all have to weigh.
Right.
Um,
So, I'm sorry, I cut you off.
No, I think
Okay.
you're right. It's, you have the ability, as I said before, to put limitations on your employees, expectations of privacy and employee work equipment, all those kind of things that in their employee context. How you balance that between individual and workplace safety and all those things, that's kind of your policy call.
The other thing is, this, and I just want to give you just an example, and I don't have to tell you that I support the gun right. You know that, and I would never do anything about that. But in between the times that you are an employee of the city of Nampa, you are adhered to by policy, by the safety of our community, and by policy to enhance that safety. Now, the other thing is this: if you have a police officer that has to qualify to carry that weapon, and he does not qualify, that means he cannot carry a weapon. Under this policy, you're gonna take that away from the police, from the chief of police, the Nampa Police Department, the city of Nampa, that says he can carry a gun, period. And he's not able to control, he can't carry it under guidelines of the Post Academy, which is the Police Officer Standards and Training Academy. So that's a liability issue. It's a civil issue. If we allow everyone in our employee workforce, which would be pretty cool if they could, to carry a weapon, then we have to train, right? We are liable for everything they do and say. And so I'm concerned with that. I'm really worried about it. If they want to carry a weapon any time of the day, you bet. By all means, do it. But I'm concerned by the amount of issues that will come to the city of Nampa, and where our taxpayers are going to have to start paying for the liability issues that we may have arise from this. And believe me, most of our employees, I trust them with 100%. But it's an issue that I've brought up before, is we need them to concentrate on working and not necessarily carrying a weapon, and that's not going to help them. It's a tool that's not going to help.
Mayor,
So that's why I look at it.
Okay. And I'd like to make a comment on this, and it's a little bit, well, I'm trying to think how to say it. Actually, in this particular case, I recommend our policy is you are not allowed to have a gun, to carry a gun. That said, there are certain positions that are very qualified to carry that gun. And I will say that we have in the mayor's office Bobby used to carry, he had a concealed weapons license and he carried. And you know what? That was awesome. I think as a city policy, the difficulty we have here is that it's just difficult when you're dealing with any employee being allowed to carry in a workplace, because we've had the situations nationwide where you have a disgruntled employee and that there's a danger and a risk to other employees. Not just anybody even knows how to handle a gun. And so to allow just anybody without any type of guideline to come in is concerning. So I would like Chief Huff to weigh in. Well, I will say, and then Don Peck asked if we needed him to come down. Could you answer that and say yes?
And Mayor, I think even somebody who doesn't have nefarious intent, but you could have an accidental discharge, what liability does it place the city in? And I feel like we're missing Jamie and we're missing Chief Huff. And I think this maybe begs for a broader conversation. I think there's just a lot of unknowns to me on this one.
And Mayor, may I just say, I'm not a gun carrier, but from a safety standpoint, for your standpoint, what you mentioned about Bobby Sanchez and so on, to me, every area office, if you're going to limit to who, and I know they have to have a license and the skill to carry, but there needs to be that safety factor involved in every department, as far as I'm concerned, in the city.
So I will say this is Joe Huff's response, and he can't log in right now. But he said, in his opinion, they should not be allowed to carry a firearm while at work. No training, liability for the city is too great. And I fully support that. If we decide that we need someone trained, then we can give them the training, but it has to be on a case by case. If we don't have that language in there, then the liability for the city is high.
Did you said he sent that text to you now?
Yes, because he couldn't get down here. Yeah, Don's on his way if we need him, but he said he couldn't get logged in, so he just said that in his opinion, they should not be allowed to carry a firearm while at work. No training, liability for the city is too great. And I agree with that fully.
I agree it has to be trained.
Yeah,
I'm just saying that I
I
think
think it's the same points I brought up, and
Right.
even, I'm sorry, Todd, go ahead.
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Rodriguez, liability is absolutely something you need to consider. City employees are protected if they act reasonably within the course and scope of their duties. So that certainly would cover the law enforcement folks, those that have to have a firearm as part of their job. You still get sued over those kind of things, you know that. Employees that aren't required to have a firearm, and if they end up using it, the question is, are they acting within the course and scope of their duty, and are you protected from liability under the Tort Claims Act for that conduct? That's a bigger question, because if it's a particular employee that isn't required to carry a firearm and they use it, they're probably not acting in the course and scope of their duty. There are stand your ground laws in the state that enable people to defend themselves and defend others, and defend their workplace that also come into play. But this is it's a very big issue, a big picture issue. But liability is certainly one of those things you need to weigh in your mind in regards to this for those that aren't using a firearm as part of their job.
Mayor,
Yes.
I appreciate the discussion, and I do find it a little bit ironic because I believe it was last month or the month before we passed a resolution about being a Second Amendment city, but not if you're an employee of the city of Nampa. And then when I think about the responsibility of carrying a gun, for instance, we'll narrow it down to that. I know a lot of people personally that have concealed, and they walk around saying, I have concealed, but they've never one day in their life gone out and practiced at the range. That scares me. I know there are a lot of classes if you want to get it concealed, which you don't have to have now in the state of Idaho, where you have to fire 1,000 rounds. So you are getting some practice. There is some personal responsibility. When it comes down to it, it can be a safety issue if there's a disgruntled employee, but you bet I want to be able to protect myself. And I can't protect myself if they have something and I have nothing. So there is a liability issue, but we have to, in all fairness, kind of bring that back to full circle and look at what message are we sending. And not everybody's going to be responsible. And you know that, and I know that. But, and I guess, if I might jump ahead, is it our responsibility to train them? No, it's not our responsibility to train them, but we hope that they will act responsibly. And if you look at these shootings that have happened by the disgruntled employees, people said, I had no way to protect myself. I had to wait until someone got there that could protect me. And had I been able to protect myself, I might be alive today, or this person might not have been injured. So there's just a lot of things to look at. And that's why I bring it up. It is not an easy issue, but at the same time, we just passed the fact that we're a Second Amendment city, but not if you work for Nampa.
I appreciate your comments, Councilwoman Levi. I have to say, many of them I agree with, and then I have to say I do disagree in the fact that we are a Second Amendment city, and I am very pro-gun rights. But I've been an employer for a long time and had a lot of employees over the years, and I think we have employees that would be very uncomfortable. In fact, we've had these discussions internally about employees that are very uncomfortable if somebody's carrying a gun to work. And so we would have a whole different issue of the employees that say, you know what, I don't feel safe working at the city if there isn't some type of a guidance. And so personally, I think that we should not be allowing employees in the workplace, and that across the state, any other employer has the right to say no guns in the workplace. I think there's a risk with it. I think there's a huge liability to the city that we've got to be willing to incur. At the moment, I don't remember ICRIMP's position on this, and I think it's one that we need to hear, because I think ICRIMP, and Rick, have you been involved in any discussions regarding ICRIMP and the liability that we would carry on this particular issue as a city?
Yeah, Mayor, Council, I would have to follow up more specifically. There was some preliminary discussion that the firearm policy without training, I know that there's some comments about not our responsibility to train, but if there was an active shooter situation or whatnot, that there'd be exposure to liability if employees were discharging their firearm in a way that would expose the city. So that was a concern. And also, I let law enforcement speak more to a situation of arriving at an active shooter situation, trying to identify people possessing the firearms or discharging them. I can't speak to that, but I do know that there was some discussion about the city's liability. And I don't know if Todd, if you're familiar with potential liability from a city standpoint, if an employee discharged their firearm in a way that was not justifiable.
He spoke to it a little bit already.
Yeah, so.
He did speak to that. So I guess the question would be, where do we want to go with this? Because we need to get the handbook done. We could not address this one issue and come back to it, but we would strike the word guidance. We would add the recommended language for the other, or we just hold it, table this, add it to unfinished business, and then come back and have a discussion around these issues at a future meeting.
Mayor,
So, yes.
I'd like to finish this up in a moment, though, please. There is a difference between being a public employer and a private employer, and we do need to look at the differences on that. And then secondly, as far as being concerned about how gun owners are going to, the fellow employees being concerned that somebody else has a gun. Most responsible gun owners I know do not go around and flaunt the fact that they have it. People don't even know they're carrying it. They're quiet about it. And so we have special rights for all sorts of different people and different groups because we want to protect them. I'm talking about a constitutional right, and we need to protect it.
I will tell you, as mayor, I will not support an open, anybody can carry a gun in the city. I won't support it.
And Mayor,
Now, I'm going to finish real quickly. I would support if somebody is trained, they have to go through X, and it's on their own dollar, they have to be tested. They've got to know how to handle a weapon. We cannot have people that do not know how to carry and handle a weapon coming into the city and having a weapon. So I won't support it. I'm absolutely, I mean, we have guns, I support guns, but it's in the workplace, there is a huge risk to the safety of the other employees, and I have a responsibility to protect all employees. And so if we say that we want someone from every department, that actually, if there's somebody in a department that says, I want to go through training, I want to better understand how to handle this gun, and that they're equipped to do so. But I will say, I do not support the fact that when we got away from concealed licenses, people can carry a gun, but they don't have to go through the training to know how to use the weapon that they're carrying. And every year, and I think police could speak to this, there are people that kill other people accidentally. Can't tell you how many kids get killed every year because they don't know how to use a gun. In our household, we grew up knowing how to use a gun. And we've gone through all the safety training, but not everyone does. And so just because everybody has the right to go buy a gun doesn't mean it's safe. So I feel very strongly on the issue. I'm pro-gun, but I think we need to be careful. So Councilwoman.
Mayor, I think we heard very quickly back from Chief Huff, and I think this requires a lot more discussion and a whole policy in it. I'm as uncomfortable as you are. We are not allowed to carry weapons at St. Luke's. We have shooter drills because we have people coming into the emergency room who are a threat. And I think it would require a lot more nuanced discussion with the appropriate people. I am in agreement with you. I'm not in favor at this point.
So needless to say, it's heated and strong feelings on it. And again, I'm very supportive of the Second Amendment, but in the workplace, I think there has to be some boundaries put on that for all of our employees. So what I'd like to suggest, and I would stand for a motion, actually, we don't have to take action tonight unless we want a motion to postpone this, to bring it back as unfinished business at the next council meeting with a weigh-in from, I'd like Chief Huff to be here. I'd like to have ICRIMP's guidance and some information from ICRIMP.
So move, as you just stated,
Okay.
for next council meeting. I just wanted to say, Mayor, I just watched Councilman Bauer. Seems like he was ready to say something, or am I just seeing this?
My dad was killed by a gun on accident, so I understood what the mayor was talking about. But yeah, there's different sides of the argument, and I agree with the Gene that we should get Chief here and get some other people and have a sorry, Councilwoman, to have a further discussion. And I see both sides. I kind of appreciate Sandy and appreciate Victor. That it's a hard discussion. So let's get some other people involved.
Okay. So I made the motion, I guess.
I'll second it.
And Mayor,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, just as a follow-up, again, it was 6 months ago, I can't remember where we saw the video where someone was shot in a city council meeting. And so there's an awareness of where you're at and how to protect yourself, how to protect others. I know that after that evening, several times I brought a weapon and it just was stowed away, obviously, but is with the idea of self-defense. And again, I've been trained, I've gone through, and so is my wife. I mean, so we're both trained on how to use a weapon. So I think that's incumbent on each of us to get that kind of training if we're going to take that next step to carry something. But, and I know Victor's probably carrying tonight. So, there are times where, there are people in the room that have that capability, but it's not something that you delight in showing others. There's other people that's their delight in carrying something open, just to kind of show you that I've got the Second Amendment behind me, and that's the wrong behavior. That's not the type of behavior we need to be fostering. But there are times where I think the COVID has actually been a blessing where I don't feel that concern. But when we had 50 people in here and a guy came up and was speaking to us from the lectern and he had a gun tucked in the back of his belt a couple of times. I don't know if you remember that, Darrell, but law enforcement, I think Joe finally said, you're not going to do that again. And so there have been people that have approached this bench that had that same potential. So you just never know who you're going to be dealing with next. And we're in an uncertain world today. So I think that we all need to be aware of our surroundings and just to be aware of that. But to feel like we should, supersede your concerns about the workplace, I think it's important that we toe the line properly and we get the guidance that we need from HR. So before I can make a decision tonight, I think we need to have Jamie involved in the discussion with us.
Yeah.
Thank you. And Chief Buff?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so is there any further discussion? We do have a motion on the table in a second. Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Munchy,
Yes.
Levi,
And this was for tabling it for next meeting.
Yes.
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
I would like to ask, and Councilwoman Levi, I appreciate your questions. Could you get us your questions in advance next time so that we could all give consideration to what they might be? I'm trying to think on the open meeting side, and they could actually be posted in the packet so that we could give thought before we get here. I think it.
As I said, Mayor, some of them other people just kind of gave to me, and so I brought those
Okay.
forward.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so we're moving to another fun topic, and that is
I'm ready to make a motion. No.
Officer Peck, thank you for coming over. I'm glad you got to hear our discussion. I appreciate it, and I'm sorry we didn't have you speak. You guys can all talk about this, and then we'll look forward to some recommendations. Thank you so much. Okay, so item number 5.9 is the action item, and this is the discussion regarding construction of the proposed roundabout at Midland and Lake Lowell. And so I put this into two items underneath the one. The first one is, should the council reconsider the decision? And then the second one, does council want to hold a public hearing? In your packet, and because my computer keeps going to sleep, it's hard for me to go back in and pull these up all the time. But I do want to say that in your packet was the full explanation of the process, right? That we went through the process. And there were over 1,200 responses in preparation for the last council meeting that we had in July. There were over 1,200 responses to the survey. And then we did recently, obviously, we initially voted to go with a signal. Then we switched to go to a roundabout. And then we have some citizens that are not at all pleased about the roundabout. I do want to just say that prior to that decision, we did do a survey. We had, I think it was 9 people from Augusta that participated in the survey. Some of them actually supported the roundabout. We have a couple of people, and I respect them coming forward, that are not at all pleased with the decision. But there were a number of people within that subdivision that actually were aware of the survey and aware of and gave their input. So I'm not sure what happened, that they didn't share their information with everybody within the subdivision through their HOA, but it didn't happen, I guess. To get 1,200 responses is pretty good. And then, as you saw in your council packet, we had a listing of all the posts that we did on Nextdoor, Facebook, and so the word was out really well. I don't feel strongly either way, but one thing I do feel like we need to do is that we need to move forward, because what we're doing is we've delayed it for well over 6 months now. Actually, maybe it's longer than that, and I know people need it done. We do have an investment into the roundabout design at this point. So, so I know that you guys have been in conversations. I know that you've read your packets. I know that you see what it is. And so with that foundation, what is the will of the council? How would you like to approach this issue?
Mayor, if I may, and I know Councilman Rodriguez can speak. We attended a session with most of the folks that said they did not receive the packet. So I would not be in favor of a public hearing until I heard that. And I don't think it was anything but 1,200. We know a lot of people did receive it, but the Augusta is the principal property holders as far as getting out of their subdivision and so on. So there is a concern. So I would be in favor of a public hearing. I don't like delaying things anything more. And on those who have talked to me, I've had 2 conversations with individuals today. I guess that would have to stop if we have a public hearing. I don't know how that works from a legal standpoint, since there's been a lot of intro communication already on that. But I would be in favor. The other thing, though, and I don't want it to be a more cost, but if possible, if we're allowing these folks that are upset in Augusta to kind of influence us in having a public hearing, I guess I would be interested in, even, I don't know, it's been 2 months since that survey went out, or what?
That survey went out in June.
Okay, so it's been quite a while. So I guess if possible, if Amy's able to do that, to be able to send that out one more time and make sure things have not changed. I don't know if that's feasible or not, but I mean, I want both sides to be, if we have a public hearing, I don't want it to be just dominated by one side.
Well, I guess a challenge that, so I have several thoughts on it, because you want it to be fair and you want to get it out there, but there were 9 people in Augusta that did know about it.
Okay, and there was only one that showed up out of about 15 families. Only one must have showed up when Councilman Rodriguez and it was all the others, so.
Right.
Yeah.
So there is a cost to the city. If we were going to do this again, we probably need to do a mailing. And so there is going to be a cost to the city, because we cannot repeat what we just did, because the few people that were upset are now asking us to go through the process again. 1,200 responses is pretty big.
Oh, it's amazing. And when we made Mayor, we told them that at the meeting, as far as, we're not at a public hearing, we're never going to get that many responses.
No.
So, and then again, I'm dominating this, but I'm not in favor of spending money for a mailing. If we want to hit, like I said, a signage in the entries of the subdivisions that are close, and do more emailing or whatever, no, I would not call for a public hearing if we're going to spend money on a physical mailing. So.
Well, we're going to have to spend money on staff, getting signs out. I don't know, we could probably recover signs, or if it is a public hearing on a date, our signs are such that this property location has a public hearing. It's not a roundabout, so we would have to make signs and or cover them with winter. We'd probably have to create some that actually. We'll have to figure that out, but it's going to cost no matter what we do. We're going to have to go back through the process, and we're going to have to ensure that we get the information out to everyone. So no matter what we do, there's going to be a cost to the city.
Mayor Kling,
Yes.
a couple of things, and I am a due process person. You all know that now. Over the last 3 years, if we have all these individuals that did the survey and said it would be better for us to have a roundabout, they go through and in and out about as quick as I do through there, because I go through there quite a bit. But it doesn't affect them like it does Augusta, because Augusta's right there. They can only go one direction when they come out, which is east. You turn right. You can't go left. You can't turn west. So it does affect them. So, if they're concerned with that, I am too concerned with that. So I'm in support, at least, of giving them an opportunity that they probably didn't get, or they didn't do because they didn't want. I don't know the answer to that, but are we giving them the opportunity to have a public hearing? And I would support that.
So I have a question. I probably have a pretty good idea what kind of response we're going to get back. And it may be very similar to what we just had, right?
Probably.
We actually originally, I was the one that broke the tie and said, let's go with a traffic signal. If we really know what the people are saying. Even the people at Augusta, I think 5 out of 9 or 4 out of 9 actually supported the roundabout at the time when they replied to the survey. So if we know that a majority like the idea of a roundabout, and we know that roundabouts are safer in one regard because they're the high-speed accidents, right? They slow down in there. But we also know that there's a safety issue with the traffic signal. We know that it'll cost less and we can get it done faster with the signal. Should we just make a decision and move on rather than prolonging it? Because I'm just not seeing that we can go through the whole public hearing process but we've already gotten feedback from 1,200 people. And I don't know if everybody would be upset if we went back to a signal, but we know that Augusta is very concerned about the safety and about getting around. And so no matter what we do, guys, people are not going to be happy with us.
Mayor?
Yes. And then
I'm in favor of making a decision. It's about 0.011% of those who responded who now are upset, and I understand why they are. My bigger concern is that we set precedents, that once we make a decision, some people get upset and then it comes back and delays the process. There's a lot of congestion at those intersections. So whatever we do, I think we need to try to accommodate a solution so that those folks can move through. Again, I'm worried about the precedents that we set if we backtrack now for a couple people and say, well, let's have a public hearing. Can't pack people in here. It'd have to all be online. It, I think, becomes exceedingly complicated, especially if you have 1,200 people then who want to participate because they already took the survey. I think it's kind of opening Pandora's box. I prefer that we just make a decision one way or the other if others agree.
I will say this would be the third time, because the first survey and the first community outreach was back in, I can't remember, it was the open house where a lot of people there, that was in January. It was before the February. And then we made a decision and people didn't like it. And then we did the survey and now we have a few people that didn't like it. So I feel like we're kind of going around this circle, but Councilman Haverfield.
Well, I don't agree, Gene, that there's just a few people, a 0.0%, whatever. I don't think that we did a good job of posting the site so that people driving by that intersection caught wind of what was being anticipated. Normally with the conditional use approval, there's a sign placed, people driving by see it. Nobody saw that. It was a mailer that went out that people either saw or didn't see. And unfortunately, the people that are impacted most live near that intersection. I live near that intersection. I see the amount of pedestrian traffic that try to cross over that intersection. A roundabout is not conducive for pedestrian traffic unless hawk signals are put in. Hawk signals already exist at the pathway. So you're increasing the cost exponentially by adding additional signals just for people to be able to cross over at a roundabout. You know, I'm looking at the statistics. I did a lot of research. I tried to present that to this council and it fell on deaf ears. I'm sorry that it did. But there are people that are going to be impacted by this greatly. And it's going to be those two Aspen Cove and Augusta mainly, but it's also going to affect Middle Creek because traffic, I mean, it's close enough to that intersection, but with an offset roundabout south of that intersection, it's going to greatly impact mainly Augusta and Aspen Cove, to the point where, and even says in the information we've been provided, that the roundabouts will increase problems for left turn access out of Augusta, out of Aspen Cove. So in time, what will end up happening is that there'll probably be a protected median that will be placed to allow only a right in, right out of those subdivisions, which make it even that much more difficult for those people to get out of those subdivisions. I think from 40 years of traveling through that intersection, of living on that side of town, I've seen enough that I know that it was planned to be a signalized intersection that would be in concert with the balance of the intersections going north up Midland, that there's a signalization process that were to get to that point. Roundabouts are usually meant to be on the peripheral of a municipality, not in the center of a municipality where there's a lot of pedestrian traffic. That is my concern. That remains my concern. You guys can choose to do what you feel is right, but the people that are going to be the most impacted are the ones that live right there, and I do, and I don't support this. So whether that means anything to you or not, I'm passionate enough about it. Like you're passionate about COVID, I'm passionate about that roundabout being a bad thing and it's going to cost somebody their life.
Mayor, you don't know which way we would actually vote.
Well, I know how you voted in the
decision,
past.
but I'm saying you don't know based on new information how we would vote if we go to a decision.
Okay. Can I make a motion then and you can second it?
Well, unfortunately, our action item is only should council
Okay.
reconsider. I think Todd, so I'll be right back, Jacob.
Yep.
So, I'm so sorry, Todd, based on the way this is agendized, I don't know that we could make a decision tonight, or could we reverse our decision? It is an action item to discuss regarding the construction of the proposed roundabout at Midland and Lake Lowell. Would we be allowed to vote?
Madam Mayor, as we were putting the agenda together, our intent was to decide whether the council should reconsider and then have an agendized item for reconsideration. Or would that involve a public hearing process? I think the language would probably let you do that. I don't know that what we had to be, our intent to begin with was that, but I think the language that's there on the agenda item would do it, would allow you to make a decision on it.
Yeah,
It's,
we don't know what your intent was and how you crafted that
Yeah.
language.
Right, that's true.
We don't know.
Okay.
so I think you could, it says, and should council reconsider their decision? And if you said yes, I think that could be your decision.
Okay.
If you feel like, you want to make that tonight, or there's more notice or more input or whatever you want to do. But I think the agenda item would let you do it.
Okay.
Mayor, let me just challenge Councilman Haverfield a little bit, and I voted in favor of the roundabout before. As far as in talking to Jeff and so on, I don't understand where a light's going to at all encourage a left-hand turn more than a roundabout will. With 15 miles an hour, you're having a backup during those busy times. How are you going to take a left when you have a line waiting for a light to turn green? To me, that's not a factor at all. Now, the pedestrian thing, you live closer there than I do, although I'm right out of Middle Creek. I don't know of all this pedestrian traffic that you're speaking of. I know that as far as the path, as far as walking past the Hawk on Lake Low, yeah, there's quite a bit of traffic. But as far as the school kids and so on walking to school, and you were closer, so I am not seeing that. And then also from the study, you say the cost, but my understanding is it's not less safe for a roundabout with traffic, because people are looking one way and they can see that and see where the folks are crossing. The other question I would have is, how much money have we already put into the design of the roundabout? Do we have any idea?
35,000 is what I heard.
How much?
35.
So not a whole lot.
No.
Let's double check that with, Tom, are you still on? I see.
Yeah, I had a 50,000 estimate from Clem, so somewhere in there. Once we got the authorization to start, we started designing and moving forward, because as was mentioned, we need to do something at that intersection. There's a lot of congestion and safety issues. So those are costs that we would really not be able to recoup if we change our design again. So you'll be some costs that are just, we'll have to absorb it if it was changed.
Mayor, if I may, one other thing, Tom, if I may, is okay, Mayor? The one thing I did not like is, can you explain a little further to the council as far as the storage area there and how much of that sidewalk and so on would have to be redone? I mean, how much footage are we going to have to go to on the north, on that northeast side of that intersection to remove some storage area?
See, Jeff's on, and I think he has a graphic that shows that. Jeff, are you able to pull up that PowerPoint?
And I'm talking about this is regarding the roundabout would cause this, is my understanding.
Well, I can tell you that.
No, there is going to be some sidewalk that needs to be redone. And I think it's on, that one right there. So that shows you there. There is some sidewalk. We're able to tie in a little farther to the north, but there's going to be, because of the configuration, yes, unfortunately we lose some of the sidewalk work.
Right. It's considerable.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Bauer, and I'm sorry that you had to wait so long.
No, it's
Thank
okay.
you.
So I think it comes down to this in my mind, and you all know where I've stood for a long time. And maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like it comes down to the Augusta and the Aspen neighborhoods, and they're coming and talking to me a lot right now, a lot of them. Like they didn't know like all the facts going into it. They didn't know they're going to not be able to go out of their neighborhood and turn left. And Darrell, yeah, they probably won't be able to do that at 5 and 8, but at 10 a.m. or 6 a.m. or whenever, besides those two busy times, they would be able to go out of their neighborhood and take a left. That being said, I like the roundabout. I think it's better for the city, but I do think we need to hold a public hearing because those two neighborhoods, they didn't know that you're going to be affecting their life, which is, not being able to go to Midland from Augusta. My brother used to live there. That would not, and I knew that going into it, but now they're coming back, and I feel like if they're overwhelming 100% no, Aspen's 100% no, if they all come to the public hearing and we hear all of them, that could change our decision as a council, and we don't want to, in my mind, I just want to do what most of the people want. Like and I live off Midland. I go through that intersection, but I don't go through it 5 times a day. I go through it once a day.
Mayor.
Or less. So I do support a public hearing. I still like the roundabout idea, but I also want to hear from those two neighborhoods with further information. I know it stinks, but I think they didn't have all the information.
Mayor, Councilwoman Mitchell?
Councilman Bauer, may I ask you a question? Do you think holding a public hearing based on the feedback we've gotten from those neighbors, we know that they're upset and there's a legitimate concern, would holding a public hearing change our decision, or would we change our decision tonight? Knowing that we've got 5 public hearings coming up on some things, trying to push things through. I have a sense that if you make a motion, Councilman Haverfield may be pleased. And then he should care about COVID as much as I do.
Or Councilman
I'll
Hatfield?
wear a mask,
Better, you promise?
at least for a half minute.
Wait, that could be seen as a bribe.
Well, why don't so make a motion? We'll see how the cards lie.
I'm happy to make a motion.
I'll second that motion. I think what you're going to say.
Oh, good. I would like to make a motion that the council reconsider the prior decision to install a roundabout at the intersection of Midland and Lake Lowell, and instead proceed with the signalized intersection as originally intended for that intersection.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. And is there any further discussion? Or shall we just go to roll call really fast?
The motion again.
The motion was that the council reconsider their decision to move back to the signaled intersection as originally voted on. Is
So
that
there was a
correct?
motion and a second. So
There was a-
further comment is the amount of money that we'll save by virtue of this is over $500,000. So it's a considerable savings by going with that. There's less right-of-way acquisition. The cost of the signalized intersection is about a $500,000 difference just starting out.
And Mayor, maintenance down the line, though, will cost more for the signal.
Oh, sure.
I haven't seen that exact, but yet.
But it is I think it's a 30-year ROI.
Right.
So it's going to take a long time.
Yeah.
Okay, and Councilwoman Levi, did that answer your question, what the motion was?
Yes, and since we have a motion, can we deliberate a minute,
Sure.
please? And because my understanding when this first came forward to us was traffic flow and safety were the issues that we were looking at. And then I remember being at the open house, we talked about those very things, and then I addressed with, I think it's Paragon, is that?
Paragon.
Paragon, thank you. I addressed with the engineer, how are those certain subdivisions going to gain exit? And they said, we can design a roundabout so that they can do that, but designing a signal can be preventative. In my mind, I was trying to wrap around, well, how could that be preventative? And I'm thinking, okay, well, people turn, there's a traffic light, and maybe the flow of traffic is not coming as much as a roundabout. but that's not correct either because people can make left-hand or right-hand turns. So therefore you have people coming. So I'm hoping Councilman Haverfield maybe could shed a little light on what, and I appreciate Councilman Bruner was going there as well, is, and I'm not coming with an agenda, I'm really wanting to know, is if we put a roundabout or we put a signal there, how does either one improve the ability for Augusta to exit?
Well, it states right there that roundabouts might allow continuous traffic flow, but it will increase access difficulty for the left turns from nearby roads and driveways during peak hours. And they specifically point at Augusta, Aspen Cove, and Middle Creek. And then a further statement, a signal provides gaps between red and green phases and helps access during peak hours. So it will actually be a better solution. There has to be some means of stopping traffic to allow a continuous flow one way or the other. That's what's missing right now with just the stop signs and a right turn. So having a signalized intersection like you have further north on Midland would be in concert with the cohesive traffic flow, which we have up and down Midland now. But that definitely would be the better solution for those two subdivisions, especially, and then Middle Creek as well.
So through the mayor to Councilman Haverfield, then so you would have to put a no right-hand turn on red, and then how are they still going to get across the street if you have people lined up?
Are you talking about pedestrian traffic?
No, I'm talking about actual car traffic, because pedestrians, I don't think will, and I don't mean that facetiously, it doesn't sound right. Pedestrian traffic was not what the concern was with Augusta exiting their subdivision. So if they try to make a left-hand turn and you have a line of traffic waiting at the light, there's not a place for them to make their left-hand turn out of their subdivision because you have traffic waiting.
Well, westbound traffic on Lake Law, Mayor, is this all right? You just keep talking? Okay.
I think it's important at
Right.
this stage, and so I'm fine with you doing it because
Okay.
we need to get through it.
So westbound traffic on Lake Lowell, for traffic exiting Augusta to go west, there's a turn lane, there's a through lane, and then there's a right turn lane. So there's 3 lanes already existing at that intersection. There won't have to be any sidewalk improvements, to Darrell's question, whereas going to a roundabout, it pretty much is all the frontage and part of the frontage on Midland, but all the frontage on Lake Lowell would have to be replaced to be able to create the curvature that they're talking about for the roundabout. So traffic flow coming out of Augusta would have a turn lane to get into, a through lane, and even, so there's 3 lanes of traffic westbound that will be existing, being able to go through that intersection. Eventually, as that corner is developed, a similar situation would be able to help northbound traffic on Midland, to Darrell's concern about not having enough traffic flow through there. But once that happens, then the developer will be required to improve the frontage on Midland and then going around the corner as well. So the widening of the intersection will happen as that further development happens on the southeast corner, and then even possibly on the southwest corner if anything further happens where that veterinary practice is. But now there's just a stop sign, and so that's what's constricting the traffic, and the improvements haven't been made on that southeast corner yet, which will happen now that the landowner has passed away and they want to sell that. So there'll be development that'll happen. We'll most likely see an annexation request with a development agreement. So that will happen.
So through the chair again, and so Councilman Haverfield, so what I'm kind of gaining from the conversation, and I appreciate your explanation, is one, light synchronization is going to be very crucial.
Mhm.
And then there cannot be a right-hand turn, or you're going to continually have traffic going eastbound. And
Right,
people
a
still
right-hand
aren't gonna
turn
be able
out
to
of
get out.
Augusta? Is that what you're asking?
People that are heading
Off
east
of Midland.
Off of,
on what is that? Lake Lowell,
so Lake Lowell, east or westbound?
eastbound.
So eastbound traffic on Lake Lowell, and then traffic coming out of Augusta?
And so, yeah, if you've got traffic coming out of Augusta trying to turn left, and you still have traffic coming eastbound.
They would be stopped at the light, though. Where now, a roundabout, they would continue to keep moving through there. That would make it very difficult for people sitting at that intersection to feel comfortable with the left-hand turn because there's no impeding of that traffic as it's coming around that roundabout. And they're only looking one way and then accelerating. So they're accelerating at the entrance to Augusta at a 20 mile an hour speed limit up to 35 plus. So at a stop sign, they're stopped and then they would be accelerating. So it's a completely different dynamic.
And then Mayor, just one point of clarification again, the numbers of the 1,200 people that took the survey, the percentage that was in favor of the roundabout compared to the signal?
Was it 64% or something like that?
It shifted a little bit. It's changed because it was a little closer, I think, early on, and then it widened a little bit the second time through, if I remember correctly, but I should open the actual survey again if you wanted to see that.
And the 64 was in favor of
Roundabout.
Okay.
That was my understanding, 64 to 36 or something.
Yeah,
That's what I kind of remember.
Jeff
Thank
or
you.
Tom, do you have that information?
It's probably in our packet.
It is. To come back to it.
Yeah, I have I have to dig. My recollection is 60, but I want to make sure you're getting the right number.
Mayor, just while he's digging, Councilman Haverfield, and I'm starting to get swayed here a little bit, not because of everything you said, but the one thing I will mention, if you're making a right-hand turn, if you're going on Lake Low to making a right-hand turn, going east on Midland, there's going to be a lot of people who will stop and then make that right-hand turn. So there won't be a total stop of flow of traffic.
For a roundabout?
For a light.
For a light. Okay, northbound traffic on Midland?
I'm talking about northbound traffic on Midland, turning right on Lake Low.
Right, so they'd have
You
to
would
stop.
have to stop and make a right-hand turn.
Right, you'd have to stop and then you'd make your turn. So no different than what you're doing up further.
But my point is, you're not going 15 miles an hour like you would on a roundabout. You're gonna stop and go, and you're gonna get up to speed to probably 35 to 40 by the time you get to that Augusta.
You're going to be gunning it to do that, but you would be stopping though instead of rolling through an intersection. Rolling through an intersection is a lot different than stopping and then turning.
So real quickly, there were, according to the notes in the packet, it says there were 1,128 responses. 61% of the voters desired a roundabout. 39% desired a signal.
Mayor, is
So
there any statistics that says within 1,000 feet of the intersection?
It's 5 miles, wasn't it?
the first time that we did it, Jeff, the very first time we gave this survey, it actually showed where the votes were from.
Yeah, I can show you that map.
Can you show? I would appreciate that. Thank you.
So Mayor, is that where you received whatever the nine responses from Augusta and 4 were in favor? That's where you picked up on that? Because I had not heard that.
I need to go back and find that exactly. But they weren't all in favor of a signal. Some of them supported a roundabout.
Yeah.
But don't quote me on the 4. I think it was I need to.
Well, just informative that at least 9 had responded, where I would have thought that no one had responded from the meeting we had with the groups.
So there's a total of 28 houses according to this. From the survey, June 3rd through the 17th, 9 residents from Augusta subdivision voted. Out of the 9 residents, the vote was 5-4 in favor of a roundabout. There were a total of 28 houses in Augusta.
So 9, okay, so about a third of them did vote then.
How about Aspen Cove? Is there something there that?
I didn't ask about Aspen.
Heartland
Cove.
subdivision, I know there wasn't any responses there because we didn't see it.
Yeah.
And Middle Creek.
Well, I don't know, because out of 1,200, I think we had quite a few in Middle Creek. I think there was a lot, because 1,200 responses is, I mean, that's more responses than we get from a citywide survey sometimes. We're doing good. In fact, Boise State, when they did their survey, felt like 1,000 responses was a good representation of the city. And then here we had 1,200, well, 1,128.
Yeah, whatever we did, we need to do that again. That was incredible.
Mayor, I think whether folks have identified they prefer a roundabout or a light, they prefer something to happen.
Yeah.
It's been nearly a year and that traffic remains stacked back to, to the elementary school. So I I feel that people coming forward now who have, you know, a vested interest in being impeded by one of the decisions, there's merit to that. But I do think we owe folks a decision and moving forward.
I agree. So Jeff, it's very difficult to see that. I don't know if you can blow that up much larger so that we can see that. Your screen was there, so that was great. We just needed it bigger, if possible. Well, the one thing that we do well is good deliberation, huh?
Well, that's for
Never
sure.
get anywhere, but. I hope, Mayor, I mean, now, as usual, I'm getting in the weeds here, but I hope if we do get a light there, because Lone Star and Midland, those are, with the light, they're all backed up. And the reason is people do not use that right lane. They think they're being discourteous or whatever to merge. Even when there's a left and a right arrow, people back up 20, 25 cars. And so if there's some way we can put up signage that people can use both lanes and merge, that would be awfully nice because it's going to get backed up.
Okay, Jeff.
You're still muted.
I
Jeff.
You're on mute, Jeff. Jeff, you're on mute.
So color wise, roundabout is dark and signal is light.
Can you switch and get rid of all those side screens so that your screen would be bigger? Go up into your slide presentation thing. Well, that didn't work. Go on the other side.
Okay, here's the intersection. Here's Augusta. See the surrounding area. Is that, can you see that, Mayor?
We can't.
Yeah, we can see it.
Thank you.
So Mayor, where is Aspen then? Or Councilman Haverfield, where's Aspen coming in?
Lower to the left.
You're on the bottom right there.
Okay, so the green, help me, I'm sorry. Is the green roundabout?
Green
or
is
that
intersection.
Green's a signal.
Green's a signal,
light?
right?
Green is a signal? Okay, thank you.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah.
Mayor?
That Augusta's changed for sure.
Yes, Tom.
Jeff, can I ask Jeff to go to the slide called access considerations? Just, I think it's a couple back. I want to just make a point about something here. And I appreciate all the discussion and everyone's thinking hard about this, and it's not an easy decision. But I mean, I think no matter just the location of Augusta and as close as it is to the intersection, it's going to be impacted regardless if it's a signal or a roundabout. And so if you look at this, and what we're trying to do is just make it as safe as possible. And we're still allowing access out of Augusta left and right. But if you see this graphic here, the signal backup is the queue of the signal is projected to go on past the Augusta subdivision in the, you know, and at the, in the design, within the design year. So, you know, as we were talking about, you know, the signals stack up and they stack up more than a roundabout. So you're going to have that situation where you can't necessarily turn easily out of Augusta because of the stacking. So regardless what you choose, there's going to be some impacts, and we're just looking at what could be the, you know, the safest alternative for the community and maintain safety for, and you know, congestion. We believe we came up with a pretty good design and a roundabout with being able to do access in and out left and right. And then as somebody pointed out here earlier that, you know, they're going to be impacted a little during the peak times. And that's, I think there was some count information at the end of the packet about number of turns.
At the peak time, there's going to be 4 left-hand turns from Augusta.
Right.
That's
So you're
weird.
talking a small amount of left turns, and this is your.
That's in the peak hour. That's when it's
Right.
busiest.
So, you know, like I said, this is not, I know this has not been an easy decision for anybody. We did not, the public hearing, you know, I guess looking back at it, we probably should have done that. Although this isn't really required to do it. It's a design decision. So we thought that we had it covered pretty good with the public survey. We do want to move forward with something because we want to get something that makes this intersection safer. We're having some real problems out there with a 4-way stop. We're seeing quite a few crashes. The police have given us the feedback that this is something that we really need to address. So, but that's my.
Hey, Tom.
One of the things that one of my team, when we suggested putting this as a roundabout, one of the things that I said you have to make sure you do in any urban roundabout is address pedestrians and address access points. You can't block an access. You got to make sure that they can get in and out both directions and find a way to do that safely. And pedestrians, we're in the design, we're putting in rapid flash and beacons at the crosswalks, which are not hawks, they're different. The rapid flash and beacons are the rectangular signs that when you hit the button, it flashes and it stops traffic. Those are much less expensive. You can get 4 of those for probably maybe 60, 70,000. So it's not a $500,000 investment in those, and those are proven countermeasures to get people's attention, to have people go across safely. So I mean, I'm saying a lot of these things because we do have a lot of roundabouts coming up in the city, and we need to figure out. I just want to make sure that we come in eyes wide open on these, on future projects, because when, you know, like I said, we want to continue with our program and deliver something.
Tom?
Yes.
Yes.
Tom, but the problem being with this roundabout is that it's in the middle of a residential district. That's the problem. And also one more comment. Roosevelt and Midland is a heavy intersection, and you can wait 2 minutes, you're in and out. So what's the hurry with the roundabout? It's the same thing. Just an observation.
So we've had a motion and a second. We're in the deliberation phase. Are we ready for roll call?
Yes.
Okay,
Please.
roll call.
Bruner,
Due to safety and flow, I'm still going to go with roundabouts. That'll be a no.
Mucci,
Yes. You wear.
Levi,
No.
Bauer,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes. I thought about letting the mayor break the tie, but I didn't want to jinx it.
It is on record that you will wear your mask.
I will. I have a mask someplace. But thank you so much. I appreciate your consideration on behalf of the citizens around that corner. So,
You're welcome.
Okay,
Look at Jacob. He does have a mask.
And
You know-
this mask.
thank you.
I think you're going to have to wear a mask.
At some point, yeah, I don't.
Meeting, whole meeting.
I
Yeah.
have to take a break. I have
Okay,
to.
that's fine. Go for it. We have one more item. We'll get started, and you got to take a break too. Okay,
We have a quorum.
Still have a quorum.
we still have a quorum. No, we don't.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, we do. You're just standing up?
Yeah, stay.
Okay, we have one more item. This is to authorize legal to draft an amendment and authorize the mayor to sign that amendment to the existing Sodexo agreement. The amendment extends the contract by 1 year and defers a $400,000 capital investment into 2021 and 22. And so Rick has provided you guys for reference some documents if you need to see what the existing agreement is.
I'm ready to make a motion to authorize that. I think it's fair. I think it's
Okay.
fair.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. So, Rick, do you want to share anything before we vote, or you good?
One brief item. I was, the way it's agendized, just to be clear, we're moving, if we add the year on the back end, what we're trying to articulate and have Todd draft is to shift some of the commitments that were due this year into the next year. And one other item, just to be clear, is a contribution that they make that's on page 3, facility enhancement funds. And what's not called out specifically in the action item is to move the year 1 investment of $20,000 back due in the following year, and then everything else, 40, 60, 80, 100 would move into the newly added year. So basically, the intention is to give them this year free from those commitments outside of the $100,000 investment that they've already made initially. So just wanted to.
And actually, they asked, they were wanting to renegotiate the commission rate and renegotiate the dollar amount for the investment, the facility fee. And my thought is, at this time, we're not going to renegotiate our entire contract. What we are going to do is set everything back a year and give them an extra year, right? It's been a tough year, and we get that. So really, we're just setting everything back a year.
Yep.
Okay. So there was a motion and a second. And is there any other discussion or clarification needed? Nope. Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Would you please state the question, state the motion, please?
The motion was to approve, to authorize legal to amend the agreement and myself to sign the agreement just to push the capital investment back a year and to extend their contract for a year due to COVID.
Okay, yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
And at that, I believe, oh, excuse me, unfinished business, Debbie. I'm so sorry. I almost totally goofed. Okay. So unfinished business. Here we go.
3.
So I'm just going to read.
I'm sorry, I'm getting there. Okay.
Oh, okay.
7.1, I put my stuff away. Action item is the first reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning to RS6 at 0 and 406 West Dooley Lane for Mason and Associates.
I notice that the city of Nampa, Idaho determining that certain lands commonly known as 0 and 406 Dooley Lane, Nampa, Idaho, comprising approximately 2.76 acres, more or less, lay contiguous to the city limits of the city of Nampa, county of Canyon, state of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the city of Nampa and be zoned to RS6, declaring that said lands by proper legal description and described below be part of the city of Nampa, county of Canyon, Idaho, determining that said annexation and zoning are in the best interest of the public and consistent with the comprehensive plan of the city of Nampa, Idaho, directing the city engineer and planning and zoning director to add said property, the official maps of the city of Nampa, Idaho, and to designate said property as RS6 on the official zoning maps and other area maps of the city, providing for recording, providing for severability, providing effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the clerk of the city of Nampa to file a certified copy of the original of the ordinance and the map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, state of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code, section 63-215.
And it is requested to pass under suspension of rules. Good job, Debbie.
So moved.
Second. Under suspension of rules, right?
Yes, sorry.
Thank you.
Good
Discussion?
catch.
Roll call. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Okay, 7.2 is an action item. This is the first reading of ordinance for amendment of the land use table in City Code Title 10.3.2, eliminating any new storage unit or RV boat storage from locating in the City of Nampa boundaries. Amendment of the land use table in City Code 10-3-2, service and office land use building occupancy type. Note 4, reverting the approval or denial authority for a storage unit and conditional use permit from City Council back to Nampa Planning and Zoning. And it's requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance enacted by the Nampa City Council amending Title 10, Chapter 3, Section 10.3.2 of the Nampa City Code containing the land use table for the City of Nampa, providing an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Is there a motion?
Make a motion to pass the preceding ordinance as read under suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Mayor? Yes.
I just want to clarify that I'm understanding this correctly. So this is reverting back to the planning and zoning has the discretion on that within the guidelines that it has to fall in the IL zone, or did I mix it up? No, that's right. So it's not a city council decision anymore.
Okay, there you go.
Thank you.
But we have created the perimeters around it. Okay, is there any further question, discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
No.
Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
7.3 is an action item. This is the first reading of an ordinance for amendment of City Code 10-1-19, requiring new storage developments use a minimum of 25% of the property for uses permitted in that zone other than storage and located between the storage units and the roadway, but not to exceed the 150-foot setback. Amendment of City Code Title 10.3.2, eliminating any new storage unit or RV boat storage from locating in the City of Nampa boundaries except in the IL zone with the approval of a conditional use permit.
An ordinance enacted by the Nampa City Council amending Title 10, Chapter 1, Section 10.1.19 of the Nampa City Code relating to the professional public self-storage facilities design regulations, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Is there a motion?
Anybody awake over there?
Make a motion
We're
on
supposed to.
suspension of rules.
Second.
Victor moved, Jean seconded, under
Oh.
suspension of rules. Sorry.
Gene.
Any further discussion? Roll call?
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Mucci? Rodriguez?
Yes.
And now that really does conclude our meeting for this evening. And before we adjourn, I just want to thank the council for their wonderful passion, strong deliberation, consideration. You know what? That's what I appreciate about this council, is the grace that we all can share how we feel. And then we walk away and still respect one another. And I just want to say thank you to this group. Good job. Appreciate it. These are tough decisions, and they weigh on us heavily. So, and then for staff, thank you for those that are on that are still hanging in there. I appreciate it. And one last thing before we adjourn, we do have a city council meeting on Thursday night. This is the fire district meeting. It'll start at 6. It'll be interesting to see when we get done. If you have questions, if you've had an opportunity to review your packet, please reach out. Darrell, you already did on one item, which I appreciate. Let's see whatever we can get answered ahead of that night. Kirk's not here, but it's important that the questions that are brought forth this week that are answered outside of a public meeting, I would like them brought forth and answered publicly. So we'll be able to say, this question came up, this was the answer, so that everybody knows what those are. But if however many questions we can get out in advance, then it'll go much faster the night of, because we can go through all the questions and the responses publicly.
Mayor.
Yes.
So the questions are directed to Kirk then?
You can start with Kirk. If it's legal, you can reach out to Todd. Todd, is that okay?
Yep.
Mayor,
Okay.
is Doug also available then?
Yes,
There's
Doug is
still some
also
things that
available.
I've not received from Doug that I was hoping for, so.
I think-
It's been summarized, but it hasn't been lined up for my simplicity.
Okay, so what is that exactly is that? Doug is on, so say that again and Doug's right there.
So Doug and I've not scrutinized that packet, so I did see some summary, but on the financial, I was trying to get us side by side, I think as you recall, as we've discussed, as far as if we go to the district, the cost, of course, the cost, but also the projected amount of time to get that next fire station. And also then just staying with the city of Nampa, the same thing, the cost, how we pay for it, and then also the projected timeline.
Yes, Counselor, that's on my agenda to wrap up, hopefully tomorrow, at the latest Wednesday,
Okay.
early, to get it to you.
Okay, I appreciate it. And Mayor, as I know we have with this phase 2, I know there are some citizens out there that are very interested in this. Are we allowing up to 10 individuals in, or how are we doing?
We are, and then, Rick, the television is set up out in the lobby, right? It's not.
Well, I don't know if will be a need. I just know there's at least a few that have said they would like to be involved, so.
Yeah. Well, we absolutely are allowing people to come in. If you look at the limit to 10, we're right there. But we are going to allow, and I think up to maybe a few more, because we've got the seats. And then if we need to actually be set up with a television in the lobby, I think we should have a television in the lobby so that if people want to watch, they can. For those, we're going to really be careful about distancing, but we do want to allow access.
So I'm sorry, Mayor.
And Mark just said he would.
Is the 10 considered beyond Todd and so on? Or are we included in that 10 by this state law? I mean.
I think, if I understand correctly, that political gatherings have an exclusion. And so with that, the way I look at it, hopefully I'm not wrong, is that we're all sitting here, we're distanced with our things. And then we've got someone here. And then if we put another 10 people out there, that we're okay.
We're still okay.
Right. And then if we have 10 in our lobby, if we need to, we'll have chairs. If for some reason, but people, it will be live streamed. So it'll be out there, so it's available.
There's a lot of people don't even know about it or didn't know, it was happening, so.
Said he'd set up the TV.
Mark said he would. Thank you.
I understand if we bring turkey and we can call it a funeral, instead of just a regular gathering, like Thanksgiving.
How did the rest of that go?
Pardon?
How did the rest of that go? I'm trying to remember it.
I'm trying to remember too. It would be my pet turkey that we're having a funeral for, and the refreshments will be provided.
Are we offline yet?
No.
I think we should adjourn.
We should adjourn.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Okay, are we offline?
No.